Good evening, chat. Hello, everybody. Welcome to stream. Welcome to stream. My name is Jovan Bradley, and joined with me today, we have a good friend of mine. Everybody give it up for Dalton, the Bible guy. This is when I should have had my soundboard set up, but I don't.
Hell yeah.
Dalton is joining us today for a stream. Everybody let me know that you hear Dalton okay. Dalton, say a couple words to the crew.
Hey, howdy, hey, everybody. Bible guy here. Happy to be here on Jovan's show and ready to absolutely cook today.
You guys hear Dalton just fine. That's good. Let me also make sure that I can control Dalton's audio. Dalton, say something one more time.
Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve'et ha'eretz.
Where are you coming? Oh, you're coming through directly in vMix for them. Okay, that should be fine. They should hear you just fine, and I'll adjust if I need to in vMix. So Dalton's here to join me. He should hear the music too as well. You should hear the music as well. Dalton's here to join me. We are debating. We are a couple of atheists looking for some theists who are interested in challenging themselves and others. Now, we have a couple of topics on the board, but most of all, we just want you to convince us of a couple of things. Thing number one, convince us that God is real. Okay? Convince us of this. I need to know that God is real. Number two, convince us your God is good. That's going to be a harder challenge, especially if you're a Christian. I should have said, convince us the Christian God is good. I kind of don't care about all the other gods. Should I change that? I kind of don't give a shit about any other gods.
I think the context is pretty Christian-centric. All the talk of Christianity, Jesus and Jeebus Crispy and all that. I have hopes that people are smart enough to figure that out. But sometimes people on TikTok and on debaters online, it ain't there.
No, you're so true. That's so true. So you got to convince us that the Christian God is in fact good. Then you need to convince us Christianity is true, which is going to be the biggest uphill battle for any theist. Convince us that Jesus was the Messiah, and convince us that Jesus resurrected. These are the things we want you to convince us today. So if you want to get into that young debate mindset, the number you need to call in, okay, is... What's the number again? 219, my bad. 219-327-8005. That number, one more time. 219-327-8005. Now, some housekeeping. I am going to create a second YouTube channel. That is going to be the only place full streams are posted from now on. They'll be posted immediately after stream. So no longer will they be on Twitch. No longer will they be on my main YouTube channel. Everyone will have access to full streams posted on the second YouTube channel as soon as the streams are finished. Okay? Is everybody understanding what I'm saying here?
I'll be subscribing 100% right off the bat.
Aw, thank you, boo. And then what was I gonna say? Why is this wrong? Oh, wait. Yeah, that's why. And then following that, I am going to make another channel for gameplay. Or it might just go on the full stream channel. And then I'm going to make another channel. So I'm going to have like 3 or 4 channels. And then there will be another channel for our bi-weekly, like, non-debate videos. So my main channel is going to be for debates. My alt channel will be for non-debate video essays type content. And then my third channel will be for live replays, gameplays, things like that. So if that sounds good to you guys, that's what it's going to be. 219-327-8005 is the number again while we wait for some theist calls. Dalton, how have you been, bud?
I've been fan-fucking-tastic. I just got my taxes paid. And so now I can begin working towards saving up for the apartment that I'm saving up for. So I'm doing fantastic. Also, I'm extremely excited because I love Starfield, and we're about to get an update for Starfield in like less than 2 weeks, and I'm super excited about that.
Knowing someone like Starfield is crazy to me. I didn't know people liked Starfield. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I've got over 3,000 hours on it.
Speaking of Starfield, okay? Speaking of Starfield. Not speaking of Starfield. I actually don't care about Starfield at all. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. Oh, let's do our housekeeping on Twitch. Duh. Shout out to Yemye, Mealybun, and Pillow for being first in chats today over on Twitch. Although, again, feel like it's cheating when the mods get it because they know exactly what time stream is starting. Just saying. Bathamir, thank you for resubscribing with Prime over on Twitch. Zerth Moonpaw, thank you for resubscribing for 1 month at tier 1 over on Twitch. 8 Antonia, thank you for subscribing with Prime. And Starfighter Chad, thank you for resubscribing for 3 months at tier 1. Guys, the way stream is going to go today is we're going to do debates for like 2 to 3 hours, give or take. And then Dalton and I are going to open up to an office hours. So if you have questions for us, like if you want to ask us questions about religion, about deconstruction, about the Bible, about any topic really, that will happen during office hours. Now, the way it'll work is for office hours, we will either take your calls or chat, you can send a super chat on YouTube. If you're going to send a super chat on YouTube with a question, make sure you put OH before your message. So it should look a little like this. Hold on, let me show you in Google. It should look a little bit like this. Hold on, let me pull up a Google Doc. God, I have vMix running so beautifully right now. So if you're going to send us a message, right, how it should be is you should be like, office hours, and then whatever your question is. Like, hey, Jovan and Dalton, if you want to just say hello, put it there, or really just use this for questions. So question, why is God a bitch? Okay? And that's how you would do that. Okay? Everybody understood? Are you picking up what we're putting down, chat? Got it. Making sure. Just making sure. The vertical stream has a lot of spare space. Yeah, this is how it's going to be for right now. We'll see. Office hours will be on both YouTube and Twitch, but only super chats get questions answered if you don't call in. 219-327-8005. Remember, convince us. Me and Dalton do not believe God is real. Me and Dalton do not believe the Christian God is good. Me and Dalton do not believe Christianity is true. Me and Dalton do not believe Jesus was the Messiah. And me and Dalton do not believe that Jesus resurrected. You have Dalton, guys. Dalton is the Bible guy. You think Jovan knows a lot about the Bible? I don't know shit compared to Dalton. I didn't do shit.
You know what? It's fine because when it comes to debating against like transphobes and stuff like that, Jovan's the guy, and I steal all of his arguments and use them in my whenever it comes up in my debates.
That's true. We steal from each other. I took your God voice for when I take super chat calls, or like when I answer super chats, but it's not hooked up since I switched my Stream Deck. I have the new Stream Deck Plus XL. Oh, look at this beauty. So now I have 3 Stream Decks in front of me. I have a Stream Deck Plus XL, a Stream Deck Plus, and a Stream Deck XL. And I run all my stream from these 3 devices, and they're beautiful. And I want to 3D print a mount for them because I love them. Somebody said they get ads on Twitch. You should not be getting, I turned off my ads on Twitch. You should get 0 ads in the Twitch stream. If you're getting ads on Twitch, Twitch is doing something wrong because I'm not getting paid for none of them. My ad revenue on Twitch is 0 because I completely turned off ads. Frank Hernandez in the YouTube chat said, you two MFers need Jesus. Well, call us and prove to us that Jesus even is real, homie. I don't think you're not a mythicist, right?
No, I'm like 51% historicity, 49% mythicism. Like I'm like really on the line, but I tend to just assume historicity because like even if I give all that to them, they can't do nothing with it. Yeah, I lean back. I mean, I will for the sake of debate just be like, it's plausible he was real, but I'm still so much like, I'm sorry, I don't think Josephus and Tacitus prove his existence. So like, there's quite literally nothing else. Like, it's Josephus, Tacitus, and Paul. And Paul's, I met his brother isn't compelling enough for me to be like, yeah, I believe this guy.
If he had written that before he became Christian, possibly, but like how, like who's to say Paul's not just lying? Like, there's no proof that he isn't just lying about meeting fucking James.
But Christians, just for y'all, I will assume that Jesus was a real guy, that he was crucified, and I'll even assume that Paul is accurately relating his own personal, subjective experiences. None of that is going to help you in the trying to convince me that Christianity is true. But I guess you'll find out firsthand.
Yeah, I will always say, for the sake of debate, I can recognize that it is plausible a man named Jesus existed, and it is plausible a man named Jesus was crucified. I'd say even the crucifixion part is a bit more plausible than the existed part. Only because I guess if you believe that Pontius Pilate is real, then you might that might be a bit more evidence that he crucified a man named Jesus.
I mean, he definitely crucified tons of dudes named Jesus. Jesus was like the
True.
John of the first century Palestine, and they crucified a bunch of motherfuckers back in the day.
What is your name? John Christ. Nice to meet you.
Brian.
It's John Christ. So yeah, call us if you want to debate, guys. 219-327-8005. If you call in and you're like, I don't want to debate two people, you can pick. You can choose me, you can choose Dalton. We'll only tag out if we get bored. If we get bored of the call, we will tag out. But until then, call in, get those super chats in if you want your questions answered by me or Dalton during the office hours portion. Make sure you just like Fuzzy Logic did, put OH so I know that your message is meant for office hours. Thank you, Fuzzy Logic. We'll read that when we switch to office hours a little bit later. Thanks for following the rules. Because I know some of y'all ain't gonna follow the rules. Ain't gonna follow the rules. I do like to point out we don't have any evidence that Jesus is real, but mostly because it pisses them off. Well, yeah, no, I would disagree with that. I would disagree that we don't have evidence of his existence. I would say it's just the evidence is not contemporary. So the evidence to me is not compelling. There's definitely evidence he was real.
There's something out there that if it turns out to be authentic, it would be contemporary evidence of Jesus, but it wouldn't be good for Christians. And that there was a tomb discovered in Jerusalem, and in that tomb there was an ossuary, a bone box, and in that bone box had bones in it, and the name on the bone box was Jesus, son of Joseph. So if it turns out that was that would be contemporary, we would literally have his bones, but also not good for the Christian possession.
Yeah, it'd be pretty bad. It'd be pretty bad for you if that was the case. We do have some call screening and ready to go. Oh, Dalton, do you have access to the call-in studio so you can see when we have calls? I don't think I ever gave you access to that.
Let's see. I don't see it.
Throw me your email in the Discord and I'll add you.
Yeah.
To the thing. Permissions. Let me see. Yeah, no, you're definitely not in there. So throw me your email and I'll add you so you can see the. I assume you know how Call-in Studio works.
I'm sure it's the same as like on other shows. So
if you've been on there for you know. Okay. All right, I sent it to you. So now you also have control to mute people if people won't shut the fuck up and blah 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 blah.
Oh, lovely.
All right, so we're gonna take our first call. We're gonna take our first call of the stream. Get ready, guys. So coming up first, we have Christopher from Philadelphia. Christopher is calling about point number 1, God being real. So we're going to bring him up. Christopher, if you can hear me, please let me know your age and pronouns.
I am 25 and I am a he, him.
Wonderful. Now, Christopher, you're calling about the first point, God being real. Me and Alton are both atheists. We do not believe in God. I'm assuming you are a theist that does believe in God.
You'd be correct.
All right. Lay your argument for God on us.
You got it. As what I would assume are materialist atheists, your argument would be that everything has always existed, which would be a structure of sort in reality that I would firstly, as the negative claim towards atheism, be if there is order, what prevents the order from becoming disorder?
I don't think I believe in order. I would say to have order, you'd have to have a mind. And I don't believe there is a mind in the creation of the universe. So I don't believe in like an order per se.
Okay. So, are you aware of what the heat death of the universe theory is?
Yep.
So, why wouldn't matter act the same way if that, say, the heat death of the universe argument is legitimate?
Why wouldn't I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused about what you're asked. Why wouldn't matter act the same way? Why what
Correct.
What do you mean by that?
Why did matter essentially choose to coagulate the way that it did rather than spread out evenly?
I don't know. Just might be the case that that's what we notice that matter does.
Well, why does matter do anything? Would be another question that
I don't believe in a mind, so I don't
really
think I don't think matter is making a conscious decision. I think it's just something we just observe that it acts this way when forces are placed upon it.
Agreed. On a teleological aspect, why would the matter do anything? Why doesn't it just sit there and do nothing?
I don't know, because I don't believe there is like when you're saying why doesn't matter do X, I think it's a fundamentally flawed question, because I don't think there is some, again, mind enacting a will on matter. So matter just is. There's no ought. So it just is the case that matter acts this way. There is no ought in the closed system of the universe.
I don't know that it could be any other way.
Of course not. We only have one frame of reference. Anything contrary would be fiction. So if I can cross this from that argument where you say that there is no reason because there is no mind, is morality purely subjective?
You would, 100%.
Yeah, it has to be.
Even under a worldview of God, morality is still subjective.
Yeah,
subjective would just. Go ahead, Dylan.
Yeah, as long as there's a mind involved, subjective just means it's like dependent upon a stance. It's stance dependent or mind dependent. God is a mind. God has a stance. It would just be that God has an opinion, and because he's got the biggest stick, a lot of people just tend to agree with him.
God's might makes right.
But if you made a video game or wrote a book and you dictated every little detail and every bit that it worked, wouldn't you become the objective?
So we're using objective and subjective in two different ways here, right? You're using objective to mean like a universal truth, and that there's just this universal law placed upon the universe. When we say subjective or objective, like Dalton said, it means mind dependent or mind independent. So an objective truth claim would be independent of any mind. You don't need a single mind for this truth claim to exist. A subjective truth claim would mean that it is mind dependent. You need a mind of some sort. We're saying that because God is the mind, that would mean that it's subjective. Now, depending on what God you believe in, we can also show that God has changed his mind about what is or is not moral, making it even more so subjective. But it's all just dependent on the whims of that God at any given point in time. Now, it can still be the case that your morality dictates objective wrongs, right? So, like, for instance, I think Dalton's a secular humanist, such as myself. Even though we recognize that our morality is subject to a mind, there are things within our morality that is objectively wrong based on the framework of said morality. So it can be the case that based on the framework of whatever religion you're talking about, certain things are objectively wrong under that framework, but universally they would be subjective truths because they are subject to the mind.
Like my morality is based on well-being, and it is objectively true, no matter what, that cutting someone's head off will always be bad for their well-being. Or torture is bad for a person's well-being. Therefore, we can make objective statements and say, like, like subjectively speaking, well-being is what I define as morality. But as long as we agree to that, we can say objectively, like, torturing someone is not conducive to their well-being.
Sure. Dalton, I take you as a potential Star Trek fan. Why would Spock's argument not be accurate? For the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Why does an individual's well-being matter more than a group?
I'm not a fan of Star Trek. I don't know who Spock is.
You at least should know who Spock is, even if you don't know
That's
Star
surprising.
Trek.
I know
Come
that
on.
Spock is a character on Star Trek. I don't know which one he is.
Live long and prosper, homie.
Yeah, I think that we need to work towards like the good of as many people as possible, and like uh, I think it would still be immoral. Like, if let's say we had a singular individual, and we had a whole group of individuals, it would still be immoral to like murder an individual for the good of the many. It would still be immoral. It's just that how are you weighing out your prospects here?
Well, at this point, it's just the trolley problem, right?
Yeah.
Like, I can admit
Getting there.
that, like, if it were the case that we had a singular person and it was like, hey, if we tortured this one individual to a maximum degree by some weird property, every other person in existence will prosper, right? I could agree that the prospering of those people may in some cases outweigh the torturing of the one, but I sort of run with the Captain America framework, which is we don't sacrifice one person, right? I would rather leave it up to chance that everybody can prosper or succeed on their own without having to sacrifice a singular individual. That's just that's my moral framework.
Luckily, if I were
So you were
omnipotent,
working.
if I were omnipotent, I could always find a way of like prospering the many without sacrificing the one.
True.
Fair. So like your chat brought up, you guys are working from one end where you're more looking at a human sacrifice aspect. I'm thinking from the other side. Say one individual in a town of 21 is a serial killer for all intents and purposes. Everyone else decides we're never going to leave the safety of our houses because we know he's a serial killer. Wouldn't it be better for the majority if they just got rid of him?
Well, yeah, but that's about a public safety thing, right? If somebody is a danger to themselves or others, I don't mind saying that we need to find a way to remove them from society. I'd be against capital punishment, so I'm still against like the state taking them out. Not necessarily against mob justice. If like for a fact this dude serial killed your kid, and you were like, Jovan, I'm gonna go cut their head off. I'd be like, I ain't gonna hold you, right? It's like that's a bit different than like the state dictating. But I would say like if the state has irrefutable evidence that this dude, clanked a bunch of people, then they may need to be removed from society in some way, shape, or form. But you would do it without causing them untoward harm, right? I don't think that torture punishment is effective in doing anything except exacting revenge.
Now, what would, in most cases, jail or prison would be a form of mild torture, would it not?
Yeah, I'm a prison abolitionist, so
yeah,
I don't believe in
when you
prison
say
as
they
a
removed
concept.
from society.
The way we run our prison system is abominable. I'm also against it.
Yeah, so
As
when we talk about like
Americans,
removing from society, it would be as an abolitionist, I say bring them to either a long-term rehabilitative care facility, especially if they're a serial killer. People tend to not be in their right minds when they're serial killers. Most people don't serial kill. Or if they can't do that, it would either be a long-term care facility, not necessarily rehabilitative, but they would still be given privileges in this facility, unless, like, of course, they lose them. Like, right, again, if they're danger to themselves or others, that becomes a different thing. If they can't be around other people without the drive to kill. But what we've actually learned in psychology is most serial killers, when they don't have access, because it depends on the type of serial killer you're talking about. If you're talking about somebody who has like an MO, so they have a specific type of person they like to kill, when they're not near that person, they don't just kill willy-nilly, right? It's not like Dexter where they just have a drive to kill whoever. I don't remember the guy's name, but there was this one dude who was a very large serial killer. He killed a bunch of people, and then he killed his mom. And after he killed his mom, he never touched another soul. And psychologists are like, well, this is interesting. He killed the person he wanted to kill. And so he, like, the actual person that he wanted to kill, right? There's some psychological thing where he was killing people that resembled or reminded him of his mother. And once his mother was gone, he stopped killing. That's not me saying let them kill their mother. That's just me saying that there is clearly something going on with these people. So they need rehabilitative or mental health care. They don't need a prison. I think it was Edmund Kemper. Yeah, I think Chad is right about that.
So on a theoretical level, I want to bring up a absolute morbid monster, a Hannibal Lecter, someone that cannot be reassociated or let free on any regard. They must be in chains constantly, or they will kill like an animal.
Well, I don't think they need to be enchained. I don't think they need to be chained. I would just like build them like a fucking studio apartment. Right? They don't need to be in chains. The door can be locked, but they don't need to be given carceral punishment, because carceral punishment is not going to do anything. I also think it's very rare that someone can't be rehabilitated in some way. Very rare. I mean, we've seen the worst of the worst be rehabilitated, right? So very rare.
Looking theoretically.
Yeah. Now, yeah, could there be some people that can't be? Possibly. I think, like I said, there is exiling them from society, right? You know, I don't know if you've seen...
their way back in society. Their drive is unending.
Yeah. Well, then take them out back. I don't know what you want with, like, obviously, if you're going to give me an example, no, the state wouldn't do it. I'll just give somebody else the key.
Vigilante.
I'll say, dude, yeah, I remember I said I don't have a problem if somebody who he's killed, their family members goes blick cow. I don't have an issue with that. Right? I'm not going to hold you, because I would probably do the same thing. I'm not going to hold you.
I am interested to know how any of this proves that God is real. It seems like this is just an argument from I don't like subjective morality, therefore God must be real, which isn't a good argument.
It's looping back to my original argument, which was about abstracts. Morality being one of those abstracts, where we could talk for hours about subjective morality.
Yeah,
and it would never get anywhere.
I'd just be interested to know, like, could you make... It seems like most theists, when they want to argue for, like, God being real and they depend upon the morality argument, the only thing that they can do is tell me and complain to me that they don't like subjective morality, but they're never actually make a case for objective morality. They're only able to make a case that they don't personally like subjective morality.
What God do you believe in, Christopher?
I am an Orthodox Christian, so the Jewish God.
Mm-hmm. And do you believe that your morality based upon this God is objective? Like, this God has never changed his mind?
So being able to read his mind is very different than interpreting what has happened and is written down in history.
We can just take it based on what's written down.
It's purely on what's written down. We can't assume that he changed, but had different plans for different people, as the church still practices today, where a bishop is allowed to pick and choose which doctrines fit where in a person's life.
Well, then that would be subjective, right? That's like you just described subjective morality to a T. If somebody can pick and choose, if somebody can pick and choose doctrine, that's 100% subjective morality.
Bishops are humans. That is the point, is that the ministry on earth is of humans, not of God. They are pulling from objective morals and then using real subjective terms.
Well, how do you know they're pulling from objective morals? I don't see any indication that that's true.
All right. So that would have to make me loop back to my first point when we started of abstracts. Like I said, morality is an abstract. You can't prove to me that it exists. It doesn't have a location. So I could go to a different argument if you want. Say numbers.
Wait, I'm a little lost. I'm a little lost about that statement you just said, though. Like, what do you mean by, like, when you're saying reality is an abstract? What do you mean when you say that?
I don't think I said reality is an abstract. I said there's abstracts in reality.
Oh, okay. Then I just misheard. No problem.
Yeah, no problem. So like the easiest one, the literal bottom tierest one I can give you is if there is only one person in the world, the modern world, and he's looking at 7 mountains, he ceases to exist. Are there 7 mountains, or are there just mountains with no one to count them?
The mountains exist irrespective of the mind.
How many?
7.
Where'd 7 come from?
Well, 7 is a word that we invented in order to describe quantities that exist in nature. The quantities exist.
The quantities of 7 without saying the word 7.
Well, no, that's how language works. But the quantities exist. Like,
say it in a different language.
If all human beings ceased to exist right now, and there were like 7 basketballs sitting in a court, but no humans existed, the 7 basketballs would still exist. The quantity exists. Whether or not the language that we use to describe those quantities exists, that's a different matter altogether. 7 is just a word. It's a word used to describe something physical, being quantities.
Correct. So I am not asking about the word 7. That would be linguistic philosophy, which is a whole nother argument. I'm asking about the concept of 7 as an ordering
but
in
again,
reality that extends past human perception.
Dalton already answered this. The quantity of those mountains would not change. It would not change.
The quantity would not change.
The quantity would be the same either way. So
there just wouldn't be anyone around to use the word.
How did
there wouldn't be? Well, there just wouldn't be anyone around to use the word 7 to describe the quantity. That's it. The quantity still exists. Just there's no one around to use those words to describe the quantity.
Correct. Where did the abstract of 7 come from? Because there shouldn't be ordering. It should be chaos. If there is no one there,
this isn't order. What are you talking about?
Yeah. 7 is an order. Numbers aren't in order.
Wait. Numbers being in order because we've given language to the action of counting is different than there being order in chaos in the universe. Right? That's just a different thing, right? When I'm counting the mountains, I'm not assigning a mountain a number and going, that's mountain number 1 and it will always be mountain number 1. That's mountain number 2 and it will always be mountain number 2. It's arbitrary. But that doesn't mean there isn't 7 mountains. We just use 7 to describe a physical, we use the language and the concept to describe a physical fact of reality that these mountains exist. And there are X amount of them. Whatever way you want to describe. In another system, it might not be the number 7, but there would still be X amount of mountains.
Right. The ordering, that there is order in the universe, allows us to use a logical system like counting to count up to 7. So that would be something prior to the human mind existing that we can then observe and then layer our language on top of.
Yes,
so
the mountains
existed before us.
Yes, the mountains. The mountains existed before us, and then we came along.
Correct. Did the number 7 exist before us?
We created a no. Well, I don't think the number 7 doesn't exist like some sort of platonic object that you can catch with a fish.
Yeah, it's just language. The number 7 is just a language tool. Mathematics is just a language. It's just a way for us to account for properties in the universe. It's a way for us to take those properties and convey them. That's it. It's just a tool of conveyance. That's all the number 7 is.
So one of you said platonics. And that is where the argument lies. So while you're on step 3 saying that 7's just a number, or a word, go back a few steps to where 7 has to exist for the word to exist.
Quantities have to exist for the words to exist. Like
Okay,
there's
how can I
no
explain
like
this differently?
there's no 7 thing out there. There are just quantities of things. And then humans came along and we said, okay, I noticed that we have this thing and then we have another one of that thing. We're gonna use language to describe quantity. So we'll call this one whatever what proto language they use at the time, 1, and then we'll call another one 2, and then 3. We just created a language to describe physical objects. But there is no 7 floating
Correct.
around out there.
There is no 7 floating around out there. So the concept of the number 7 was created at the very time that we created the language to
Concepts
provide
exist in the
an
brain.
answer for how many something there is.
Concepts exist in the brain. Physical objects exist. We're able to conceptualize them with our brains, and then we create language to describe those objects.
So the concept existed before the word.
Concepts exist in brains. Without brains,
Correct. Which came first?
The idea
the
of
concept of 7 or the word 7?
Concept. We saw 7 objects.
Concept.
We thought about them in our head. The concept was born in the mind, and then we said, "Okay, we create a language to describe the quantities." It's not that hard. It's not that difficult. It's not that deep.
It's getting there because it's not been answered about 6 times in a row. Did 7?
It's been
was
answered.
7
It's been answered
found,
7 times
invented?
in a row.
It's been answered so many times, Christopher.
No,
I don't know
you've answered
I
that
don't know
the
what you're
word
doing here.
exists. We came up with words that things happened after the fact of where my argument lies.
Before.
My argument lies 2 steps behind where you guys are.
Christopher,
What?
the quantities existed before we created the words to describe them.
Did cats exist before we had the word cat?
Yes.
There you go. The quantity of 7 existed before we had a word 7. We just didn't have a
Quantity
word
existed.
for it.
So
the quantity of things existed.
So platonically, something existed before we even cared about
physically.
it, meaning that there is stuff prior to human mind.
Brother,
Physically,
yeah.
something
What? Yes.
If
What
we
Dalton
didn't
just
make
said. Hold on.
7,
Stop.
7 existed before us.
The quantity of something existed before the number used to convey the language of said quantity.
Correct. Yes. Something existed before we created it.
Homie.
It was created before us.
No, the quantity of mountains. That's not oh my God.
Numbers aren't ordered.
Christopher,
Why wouldn't numbers be ordered?
Christopher, this is so
we ordered
stupid.
them. We
ordered them. So again, the concept.
Why does
of
7 come after 6?
Why
does 7 come after 6?
Before we ordered them.
Why does 7 come after 6, Christopher?
The word or the concept? Because they are not the same.
Homie, there's no fucking shot.
No,
there's no shot.
That the word
there's
is the
no
concept
shot,
incarnate.
bro.
Here,
there's no shot.
It's not just an instantiation of the concept.
No way.
Christopher, you are making this way more difficult than it needs to be. Okay, a tree existed, independent of anyone's thought. Okay, along came a human being, saw the tree. Now that he's seen tree, he can think of tree, and now he creates word to talk about tree. Maybe then he sees another tree, and now he goes 1 tree, 2 tree, 2
red
tree,
blue tree.
Yeah, the trees exist. That's what exists. Human beings come along with brains and can conceptualize. Concepts exist only in the human brain. The objects exist in reality.
Concepts exist only in the human brain. So that would be solipsism.
No, because the objects exist in reality.
No?
Solipsism would
you
mean
just
that
said
the
they
objects that
exist
exist
in
in
your
reality.
brain. That's
Christopher,
solipsism. You just became
solipsism
inconsistent.
would be Christopher, solipsism is that everything only exists in the brain. The trees, the physical
Everything
objects.
is a concept. Everything has to
Christopher,
be conceptual in order
no.
to exist.
Concepts are different from the objects that those concepts represent.
Correct. The concept must exist before the instantiation of the concept.
So, Christopher, that's not solipsism because the trees exist in reality, independent of me.
You said that the concept, which is a Platonic figure, exists only in the brain.
No,
that is solipsism.
No,
brother.
This guy stinks. Yeah, okay. Like, listen, like the tree exists in reality, Christopher. My brain comes along, which is nothing more than the firing of neurons, the synapses firing, all that good stuff. And a certain pattern of those is the concept in my mind of tree.
What does that have anything? How does that have anything to do with the concept existing before an instantiation?
Okay, Christopher. Unfortunately, you've been voted off the island. You are going to need to work on this a little bit because this is truthfully some embarrassing shit. Goodbye. Shout out to Yemye for paying to boot. What?
W Yemye.
Brother.
I thought it was simple. Phil Bros try to make everything too complicated.
Oh my god, dude, what? He said, and I quote, Dalton. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm checked out. That was fucking crazy. We have no other calls, but we'll wait while we get some, because what the fuck?
That did not get me 1% closer to believing the existence of Yahweh.
Well, concepts exist, you know?
Yeah. God damn.
You didn't know about concepts?
He doesn't know what a concept is. It's the problem.
Oh, well, he should have figured that out. Because concepts, right?
6'7".
6'7".
Oh man, that's so bad. That's so funny. Blue fish, red fish. That's good. Christians, call in. Jovan and I are ready to take your calls. God is not real. The Christian God
I don't think I can take any other calls after that fucking travesty, dude. How do I live after that?
Christians, if you could prove to us specifically not just that God in general is real, but that your God specifically is real, that'd be great. Often, Jovan, what ends up happening is that Christians start appealing to a specific type of God that's prominent in philosophy, a God who's all-knowing and all-powerful and all-present. And then you go back and read the Bible, and God ain't any of those things. So, like, you're not proving your God, you're proving a God. Well,
he didn't even prove a God. He hit us with, well, numbers aren't order. Numbers are just a way. It's just a language tool for us to express a quantity of things. No, there is no order to 7 mountains. That's literally not order. Just because they're in an order of 7 doesn't mean that there's now order in the universe. We created the numbers. Bring back the Philbro timer. I'll have to make my own Philbro timer like Dalton has. Let's read a couple super chats while we have a break in the. You want a break from the ads? First up from Balthazar228 said, "Oh wow, there was a guy named Josh, son of Joe, and occasionally people followed his advice. Also, find me a Jewish boy whose mom doesn't think he's the son of God. I'll wait." Absolutely insanity. Liquidy Shit said, "Let's talk about buttered sausage. Where does it come from? Why does it do what it's doing?" Christopher.
No. Christopher would ask about the concept of sausage.
James Anthony said, "Dalton's a Philbro who's completely lost in the sauce. Kick him." Why would I kick Dalton for $5? First of all, to kick a co-host is it costs way more money to kick a co-host, guys. I'm gonna need like $5,700 to kick a co-host.
There you go. I will go gladly if someone pays you $5,700.
And Joshua Everett said, Christopher literally never got to an argument for his God. He tried to knock holes in his misunderstanding of your philosophical beliefs. True. Oh shit.
Yeah, I always point that out, that every time Christians try to make an argument for objective morality, it's always just an argument for why they don't like subjective morality. That's it.
Crazy. Unbelievable. Those were, wait. Oh, that's how I get back from that. Those were our super chats. Remember, if you want to ask a question for office hours, send a super chat. I'm currently building an office hours screen for us so that it will take us to the office hours. I'll show you guys that when I finish up here. But other than that, call lines are open. 219-327-8005. Convince us that God is real. Convince us the Christian God is good. Convince us Christianity is true. Convince us Jesus was the Messiah, and convince us that Jesus resurrected. You can't do it. Christopher couldn't do it. I imagine you won't be much better.
Y'all, Jesus is so dead. Like, you guys don't know. He is bones at best.
Oh my God, that's so true, you know?
Oh, man, anyone who believes that if you think you have a personal relationship with Jesus, I'm sorry to tell you, but that is necrophilia.
Crazy. Jesse Duncan said, went to McDonald's and ordered a number 7, therefore God. Crazy. Thank you for the Cash App, Jesse.
I kid you not. I was on my way one day back when the sequel Star Wars trilogy movies were coming out. I went to Burger King, and I swear to God, I got an order 66. My order was order 66.
Execute order 66. Oh, you're right. Numbers must be universal because they used English numbers in Star Wars. So
that's true. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah. Also, Christians, if you think that Jesus was the Messiah or that he fulfilled Messianic prophecy, I'm about to say something, and I'll say it with my full chest. Not only did Jesus not fulfill much in the way of Messianic prophecies, the guy didn't even fulfill one single Messianic prophecy. So if you think you've got a Messianic prophecy that Jesus did fulfill, call in. Apparently he fulfilled 365 prophecies according to Christians, so it shouldn't be that hard for you guys to point me to at least one.
Someone in the chat in YouTube is crashing out going, why don't you do Muhammad? Fun fact, we don't believe in God, so we don't believe in Muhammad either. I hate to break it to you. Now, Muhammad as a person has more contemporaries than Jesus does. He has like actual contemporaries who wrote about him while he was alive. So the evidence for Muhammad existing is way more than the evidence for Jesus existing. Just gonna throw that out there.
I do have a syllogism for Muhammad though, and it goes like this. Premise number 1, those who diddle kids are pedophiles. Premise number 2, Muhammad diddled a kid. Conclusion, Muhammad's a pedophile. Checkmate, Muslims.
I would argue most people from Jesus's time were also probably pedophiles. Definitely
like
Moses. Definitely Moses.
Definitely Yahweh. I mean, he impregnated an underage girl.
Oh, true. True.
Yeah.
Let's see if we get another call, guys. 219-327-8005. Venmo came in. Thank you to William for the Venmo. Said, why can't believers just answer the questions they are asked? Is it really just as simple as them seeing the flaw in their argument coming and they're just refusing to engage like a child plugging their ears? Because they're not interested in deconstructing. They're interested in preaching. That's why. But let's just keep it $1.50. Homie didn't know had no clue what like subjective morality meant.
Yeah, that's another problem, that most Christians don't know what the word objective and subjective mean. They think just objective just means like if you're a high enough authority and this is a rule that you've set over the entire universe, therefore it's objective. No, that's not what objective means.
Oh, true? True? You guys didn't know that that's not what objective means? Shit.
That's another big problem with Christians online, is they love to throw out philosophy or debate terms without knowing what those words mean.
Someone in the chat. We won't spend a lot of time arguing with chat, but someone in the chat is like, Jesus was born of a virgin. That's not a Messianic prophecy. Fun fact.
Yeah, call in if you think that there is a prophecy in the Hebrew Bible that says the Messiah will be born of a virgin. I can show you 100% there isn't.
True.
Yeah, I already know what passage you're going to point to, and let me tell you something. It ain't about a virgin birth.
True. Also, friends, foes, lend me your ears. Remember, we do have a Minecraft server that's active right now. If you're a tier 3 member on YouTube and a tier 2 member on Twitch, you get access to the Minecraft server. I keep seeing everybody's posting pictures of the stuff they're building inside the Minecraft server. So feel free to join. It's in the Discord. Discord is open to all paid subs, both on Twitch and on YouTube. Also, reminder, tomorrow I will be live doing a full leftist board with Alec Gunter. So that's tomorrow's plan. Hold on, let me pull my full schedule so I can tell you guys what we're doing for the rest of the week. I now have I'm scheduled out up for 2 weeks from now. So plenty of time for you guys to enjoy streams. So that's 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. Jesus Christ. 12 p.m. tomorrow, stream with Alec. At 7 p.m. tomorrow, we will have a Discord lecture. That'll be in the Discord. That's me giving a lecture on the Socratic method and debating. Saturday, 5 p.m., normal stream, just me hanging out with you guys. 8:30 p.m. Discord community night. We're most likely going to be doing either Jackbox or we're going to be doing Sloppy Joe Bingo. If you don't know Sloppy Joe Bingo, come join us in the Discord because it's fun as shit. Sunday is Calling It Now with Jimmy, like always. Monday at 11 a.m. will be a normal stream. And then Tuesday at 11 a.m., that's the 31st, will be a full LGBTQ topic board with Katie. And then April Fool's Day is Jovaga. So you guys get to debate Jovaga. Jovaga will make an appearance. That's the MAGA variant of Jovan. It's like a shiny in Pokemon, only rare and only appears once a year. Jovaga will be here to debate you guys. So if you have an argument, Jovaga will be here. He will not falter. The character is gonna be here. So no matter what you do, Jovaga will be here. He's not going away. That's all of our stuff. Next Thursday, 2 p.m. or 5 p.m. will be a normal stream. And then Friday the 3rd at 12 p.m., Friday, April 3rd, is going to be Fun Friday stream. So gaming, I'll be gaming, not debating. That'll be Friday. That's all of our streams for the next week and a half. So now you know what we're doing for the next week and a half. 219-327-8005. If you want to call to debate us, do it. You won't. No balls.
I think it's April 5th, which is Easter Sunday. I'm going to be debating AI Justin from Catholic Answers on the resurrection. Is that that AI chatbot? Yeah, the really the guy who's dressed up in the nice suit. At first, a long time ago, they made him Father Justin and made him a priest, but then people started asking for absolution from sin and stuff like that. So they had to demote him to laicize him.
Yeah, me and Arden debated the AI chatbot once. It was pretty funny. Hey, by the way, chat. So you know how I'm doing the Disney video? I have an idea for another video as well. And I actually am going to be reaching out to people probably tomorrow about being on the research team. And the video I want to do, so after the Lin-Manuel Miranda video, after the War on Drugs video, and after the Disney video, I want to do it's going to be long too. I want to do a complete brutal takedown of Harry Potter. Because while I hate J.K. Rowling and I think she's a piece of shit, and I think she, probably has mold poisoning, and her mind is gone because it got eaten by parasites, I'm tired of people acting like Harry Potter is good. Even if J.K. Rowling was the most trans-friendly person on the planet, Harry Potter is bad. And I legitimately am up here like, why Why do we just allow people to believe Harry Potter is a good series? So Jovan is going to do a complete Harry Potter deep dive. Don't worry, I'm not going to buy any of the movies. I'll like secondhand them or I'll pirate them so she doesn't get any money. But I'm sort of sick of people believing Harry Potter is good. So that's one of the things that I'm gonna work on. I responded to somebody on Threads who said, "Guys, I love Harry Potter." I'm like, "No hate to you. Harry Potter sucks. Like, it's a bad series," and they blocked me.
Yeah, piracy for the win, obviously, in this instance, absolutely. Yeah, don't give that turf turd any more money than she already has.
They use time travel as a plot device in the third book. It's bad writing.
The one thing I'm really worried about right now is the fact that the upcoming HBO show, the proceeds for that are going to be used to fund J.K. Rowling's anti-trans organization. So
I ain't watching that shit. I'm not watching it just because Harry Potter's bad.
If you're the kind of person though who insists on watching it, pirate it. Don't let her have a single cent of your money.
Homie, and I read all the books when I was a kid, right? Let me rephrase this. Harry Potter, kids like it. It's like I liked it as a kid. But then I grew up. I don't like most of the stuff I liked as a kid. I'm not over here watching Roly Poly Oly for its cinematic fucking achievements because I grew up. And I said, oh, this doesn't hold up when you read it as an adult and you use like your critical mind, because it's not an adult series. It's a child's book series for children, and it's poorly written. We have some people calling, so they're getting screened, and then we can take some calls.
Hell yeah.
Star Wars with sucky lightsabers. Guys, fun fact. You're going to hate me for this. Star Wars is also a kid's series, and most Star Wars is pretty shit when you look at it from a writing perspective. Like, most Star Wars... Now, I admit, Star Wars beats Harry Potter out in, like, the cool factor. But, like, go back and watch the first Star Wars movie ever made, homie. It don't hold up that great. It's a kid's series.
You know, it's funny. Luke Skywalker actually has a lot in common with like MAGA Trump supporters, and that he too likes to kiss his sister.
Someone said, bro, you have Steven Universe stream effects, don't get on your high horse. Cosmic mapping. Steven Universe has good writing. Fuck off. I'll die on this fucking hill, bro. I'll die on this fucking hill. Don't do that to me. Anyway, we got a call, so we're gonna take our next call up in this piece. Coming up next to stream, we have Josh from VA. Josh is here to talk about God being real. Josh, if you can hear me, can you please provide me with your age and pronouns?
Yeah, he, him, 30.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much, Josh. Now, Josh, I see you're calling about topic number 1, God being real. Dalton and I are both atheists who do not believe in Christ, who do not believe in God. Do you believe in God? And if so, what's the reason?
Yeah, so I do believe in God. The question, I guess, that God is real, that question is kind of the basis for everything, all of the other predicates that you guys had on your list. And my question, I guess, to start this out would more so be, what do you mean by God and what do you mean by real? Because what I define God as and what someone else might define God as might be two different things. We're not even having the same conversation. And when we say real, that gets into a very complicated conversation. So I guess my question, before we can really get too deep into it, is what do you guys mean by those two phrases?
A supernatural being or spirit that is worshipped is what I mean by a god. That is the most generic that we could possibly get, because the problem with the word God is that there are lots of conceptualizations of deity within religion. There isn't even like a single conceptualization of deity within the Christian religion. So even within Christianity, you cannot say God is X, Y, and Z without Christians bickering at each other. But baseline, it's a supernatural being that is worshipped. And then real, existing in reality. And would you like a definition for the word is as well?
No, not so much the is, but when we say reality, that we're. Do you think that there are things that are called higher and lower dimensions?
Yeah, but that's reality. Other dimensions are reality as well.
So you acknowledge that there are things that are higher dimensions, those do exist, but they exist outside of us. So there are things in reality we cannot perceive, like infrared light, but we could measure infrared. But
those are all in this
there are
dimension.
dimensionalities and lower dimensionalities that we cannot interact with.
Let me
Those are all in the
hold
same
on.
dimension
Let me give a more detailed definition of some things here first. I'm going to define God in a very specific way for when I have these conversations. God is a being,
Okay.
right? Whether spirit or whatever, that would still be a being. So God would be a being that created the universe of his own will and imposes universal laws or truths or whatever. That's how I would define a God in the sense of what we're arguing. And I would say reality is anything in our in or outside of our physical universe. That's how I would define reality.
Okay. So there's a lovely thought experiment about the brains in a jar. Can you prove? No one can really prove anything because you can't prove that you're not a brain in a jar.
Yeah, I just think I just don't like it doesn't serve any purpose. Obviously, if we're debating these concepts, we, as well as pretty much everybody, is going to be debating on the understanding that we're currently all experiencing the same reality right now. If the argument is well, hey, what if we're all brains in a jar? Well, then I imagine you're gone and you wouldn't be here anymore, right? We just have to concede that we all are existing in some type of similar mortal plane. Otherwise, we can't go anywhere. There's literally nowhere to go in any argument about anything.
I just wanted to make sure that we're not going to dismiss that reality does exist, that there is an objective reality.
I believe that the universe is objective. It exists subject of any mind. Or I'm sorry, it exists independent of any mind, and so do like physical properties of the universe that exist independent of any mind.
There would be still a universe. Like
if there were no minds, if there were no minds, there would still be a universe. Yes,
there was a universe before there were minds. There was a time in our universe's history where minds didn't exist. No biological organism had yet evolved, and
well,
the
to what we don't know.
Yeah,
as far as we know, we don't know that like at the start of the observable universe that there wasn't some alien that was created at the exact same time. We don't know. We just don't believe that there was a being who willed the universe into existence.
I definitely don't think a being could exist outside of space and time. I think that's illogical.
I don't think a being could exist outside of space and time that does actions.
Yeah.
So if something exists outside of time and space are interrelated. Theory of time, space, and matter are all interlinked. They all start at the Big Bang. We all agree that there was a Big Bang.
Yes, but I don't necessarily. I don't necessarily agree though that that's the start of time, space, and matter. I'm not convinced that the Big Bang is
the universe.
No, I'm not. I'm not convinced that the universe started at the Big Bang. I agree the Big Bang occurred, but whether or not that's the start and the beginning of our universe, I'm not convinced.
I would just say it's the start of the observable universe. We have no evidence that I'm pretty locked into the universal like the theory that the universe has just always existed in some capacity, whether that's the hot dense state it was in prior to the Big Bang. Now what will happen with the eventual heat death of the universe probably put it back into that hot dense state. Like I'm just, as far as I'm aware, the universe is a constant.
Okay, so we're getting into that to kind of expand on what you're making as a statement. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. That reality, let's say the macrocosmos, has always existed and will always exist. That will always be the case, but what we observe is a fragment or a portion of it that may have had a beginning, but you're referring to that macrocosmos has always been. So that time associated with the macrocosmos is infinite, but within our observable universe, that may have had a beginning. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I would say time would have existed before the observable universe, because the hot done state still would have existed in a state of time fluctuation, like with time moving forward. But I don't believe time can exist outside of the universe. Or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. I don't believe an existence outside of time is possible because actions wouldn't be able to occur. And I think that actions occurring is just a fundamental property of everything, if that makes sense.
Okay, I'm following what you're saying. This has to do with incomprehensible beings. Okay, I think is where this is going to kind of get into. Is there's a good example of a being that exists in both the future, the past, and the present, and that's Dr. Manhattan. Are you familiar with this character?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think he obeys the laws of physics. So I don't like. I think it's fun to think about. I think it's cool, but I don't think it would like he could exist in the real world
In the same way that we do.
at all.
So he exists in two different places, in two different ways.
Yeah,
So
I don't believe that to be physically possible.
So okay,
Like
do you think that,
like just to reiterate here, it's a cool concept, but that concept isn't rooted in any like science fact. It's all
I
rooted in
could
science fiction.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure in the comic books that Dr. Manhattan, the only reason he's able to come back to life after the incident in the lab is because he has a soul, and the soul persists, and a new body is given to him. And so I don't believe in souls, so I don't think that it's even possible for a mind to continue after the brain has been utterly obliterated.
okay,
Yeah.
would you agree that there is objective reality and then there's subjective experience?
Yes.
Okay. So there is objective truth, and we can rationalize and reason out objective truth. The What would have caused the Big Bang
We don't know.
in the
And that is
Yeah,
the
who knows?
only honest answer anyone can give. Unless you have good
Okay.
reasons for like an answer to that question. But I'd rather say I don't know
So
than just to give an answer.
Yeah,
right.
no clue.
Well, what ends up happening is you try to find an answer. And I'll say this first and foremost. I love that you guys are asking the questions. And if you're honest about it, and I think you guys are being honest about trying to look for truth, I can respect that, and I love you for it. And that's why I was like, I got to talk to these guys.
Well, I do want to just point
And
out I'm not trying to find an answer to the question how did the Big Bang happen, right? I don't know, don't care, right?
but you search for truth.
That's my friend Blitz's job, specifically. But like, let's say you're in a room full of 10 people, and the question gets proposed, what's 2 plus 2? And no one has an answer. And then someone comes on and says, well, I can give you an answer. It's 5. They can give me an answer, but like just
Mhm.
having an answer doesn't like necessarily mean the answer we're going to be accurate. I'd rather just say I don't know if I don't really have a good reason for the answer that I'm going to give.
Okay, so you need the most you want the most concrete proof, period, bar none, no leaps of faith, no step of taking it on somebody else's word. You need to feel it, experience it, see it, and test it and verify it yourself.
Well, I don't know how I could do that. Feel and experience what happened prior to the Big Bang. I couldn't do that. No, I just need I would just need like something scientific that would sort of raise the probability that a certain sort of explanation is more possible, as opposed to just like theology.
Okay, so we'll take a step back. I'm not going to jump to the Christian piece. I'm just going to kind of stay in the realm of kind of talking about there being more out there than just us in that concept. The beginning of our universe, there had to be something that caused it. Okay,
Why?
because
Why do I wait? Not
nothing.
even why that. Why do I have to believe there was a beginning to the universe?
Well, I'm not referring to the macrocosmos. I'm talking about to our observable reality.
Yeah, same question.
Okay. It's not. When we were talking a moment ago, I basically said, look, you have the macrocosmos, and that's the timeless portion. That's the timeless realm of all infinite possibilities, realities, everything. Okay? We take up a portion of it, and there was a beginning. Because a finite being cannot exist on an infinite past. If
Why
there's an
not?
infinite past, the future comes into existence.
Oh,
Because
that's
you're
not
only ever in.
that's not a problem with like B theory of time. It could just be that all points in the infinite timeline, past, present, and future, are all happening simultaneously, and which is the consensus point in like science, the B theory of time. So that's not a problem for like a finite being existing in an infinite timeline.
So, well, what you're kind of sidestepping it when you raise that point is you cannot experience time going forward because we're finite. The lived experience of every human is not all moments at the same time, which lend itself to, hey, there's time going backwards, and it's like drawing layers of infinity. You have one form of infinity that's like a dot, and then you have a line going from it. That's one level of infinity. Then you have a dot, you draw two lines going from it. That's a larger infinity. And if time goes infinitely
a larger infinity,
it is a larger infinity than just the regular. Like there are degrees to infinity.
Can I just really quickly to not to cut you off, Josh, but just like, how does any of this prove God? It just proves that there's something that you're unaware of.
Well, all I'm trying to do is get to a point where, okay, there was a cause to our observable universe. That had to happen. Something happened.
Sure.
That's all I'm trying to get to.
Sure. How does that happen? That doesn't tell me if God exists. It just tells me that something happened to cause our universe to start.
So we have to lay all the groundwork first. And there's a lot of groundwork that has to happen because you're asking very technical, very specific questions. And I feel it's fair to you to answer all of your questions and make sure that we're both on the same page. Because it's very easy for you to end up on one spot and me to end up on a different spot. And we're arguing, but we're not arguing about the same thing. And that's very easy to happen.
What?
And I don't want that to happen.
Here,
we don't need. Wait. I'm sorry. We don't need groundwork to go. Did the observable universe start? Okay, sure. None of us are denying that the observable universe would have had a beginning, and that's the Big Bang. The argument is we don't know what caused it. Now you have to tell us what evidence you have to show that it was caused by God.
Yeah, like
Okay, so
I think there's a
universe.
cause to the Big Bang, but it's probably going to be naturalistic. It's going to be something within nature. I'm going to need a good reason to think that the cause is going to be something that belongs to the category of the
What's that
supernature.
book? What's that book Blitz has? Blitz has a whole book with like 20 different theories on like how the Big Bang started or like what caused the Big Bang to happen.
Oh, I don't know. I have to ask him about that.
I've seen was the gravity hypothesis, and that's basically gravity causes the Big Bang and would cause those in reality. Okay, all I'm saying is that God is the cause. That is what I will
Why?
step to. I'm not
Okay.
saying
So why should we think that a
his
supernatural being is the
just his
cause?
existence cause it. Okay, this is where we're going to kind of step into like the attributes of God. Okay, he's timeless.
Okay, well,
Formless.
real quick, before you start giving me the attributes of God, I do know you're a Christian, and so you believe in Yahweh specifically. So if you start naming off attributes that belong to God that the Bible disagrees with, I am going to call you out on that.
Okay. God's
So what's the
timeless.
first attribute? The Bible doesn't say that.
It says before time, he was there. That's
No, it
in
doesn't.
Genesis.
It doesn't say that.
Yes, it does.
Nowhere in the book of Genesis does it ever mention the creation of time.
It says creation.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the Bible. Genesis 1.
Creation. If I create, well, and if I create a chair out of well, yeah, we're about to get there. If God creating something, he could just create something out of something else. The book of Genesis, we'll get to book of Genesis right now, doesn't present the idea of creation ex nihilo, creation from nothingness. That's a post-biblical philosophical innovation. But where do you think that the book of Genesis teaches this?
It says in the beginning. God was there before it.
Before.
Okay. And it takes all the things in Genesis.
Well, what it actually says in Genesis is that when God began to create the heavens and the earth was formless and void. Like there are things that already exist prior to God ever beginning his act of creation, being the earth, the darkness, and the waters. And then God's first creative act is let there be light.
So he came upon the waters. Okay, came upon. All right. This is where you'll get into, okay, we're about to get into a lot of very technical pieces. God is, all right, do you think that there are concepts that exist outside of time and space? That if, for example, there was no observable cow, that the definition of a cow, its nature, what a cow by definition is.
Are we back to here? Are we doing this again?
Oh God, cows! Everything about a cow. Everything about a cow. No, it's our last
Vietnam's
guess.
Flashbacks, bro.
It's our last guess he's referring to. No, everything about a cow exists in the universe.
But that's an example of what a cow is. But the concept of it would exist outside of time, space, and matter, right?
No, the concept exists in my brain.
Okay, but we agreed that there's objective reality, the nature of what a cow is. So if we went to another universe,
the object of the cow objectively exists, then human beings came upon the object of the cow and are able to conceptualize it in their brains, and then they created a word called cow to describe the object.
Not referring to the word. I'm talking about the concept. Its nature.
Which exists in the brain. The concept. Well, nature and concept are two different things. The nature of the cow is the fact that it's made up of a certain anatomy, and that anatomy is made up of atoms. Those atoms are made up of particles and then subatomic particles. I don't see anything transcendent about the nature of a cow.
What I am referring to is the concept. Okay,
That's right here.
What the is not in terms of here's what it is physically. Like if you took two cows, they would still both be cows. Their concept is the same. Their manifestation in reality is
those
different.
concepts. The idea of concepts exist in the brain. That's it.
But does it exist outside of us? Does the
No.
concept exist?
The object is no. The
Sure.
object is outside of us. The concept exists in our brains.
What I'm referring to is, does the concept, if there's no brain to observe the concept,
Is this Christopher?
exist?
Real talk. It is the same dude we talked to. There's no way. I'm gonna break. I'm low key about to break.
I've never talked with you guys before.
Okay.
Objects
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this one thing, and I need us to hear this, please. The existence of a thing and the way we use language to talk about the thing are two different things. There is no such thing as the concept of a cow. That's not a thing. All there is the language used to describe a thing in reality. Concept of a cow is not a thing. Cows aren't a concept. It's just a language. It's just a word used to convey a categorization that we have made as a mind. That's it.
Okay, let's take one step sideways. Okay, so you disagree that concepts, when I say the nature, what I mean is the concept of a thing. So, for example,
We don't mean that.
Your concept.
We don't agree with. We disagree with that.
So
This is
you
Buck, bro.
deny objective conceptual reality.
Okay,
No,
you're gone. We're
Yeah.
Josh. Somebody paid to boo. I'm moving on. There's no way. You didn't listen to a word I just fucking said. If that was your response, there's no way. There's no way. They don't listen. They're just waiting to speak. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna crash the fuck out.
I cannot believe two separate conversations went to the same exact place.
Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Shout out to Flibberty Gibbets. Why? Why? I'm losing my fucking mind. No, there's no such thing as the concept of a cow. There is a thing that exists, and cow is just the word that we use to convey that thing is what we're talking about. That's it. End of story. Cut, print, moving along. Let's do our super chats real quick before we take the next call, because fuck me, dude. Okay. Where were we? Shit. What was I left on? Oh, here it is. Super chats. Here we go. From Liquid said 5,700. Do you take monthly payments to kick Dalton? JKW Dalton. I would never kick Dalton for less than $700 million. So no.
Oh man, so good.
From Ashley, Ashley said, oh shit. Did I accidentally delete the office hour one from here? Oh no. Ashley said, hi Dalton, so nice to see you co-host with Jovan. Ashley, thank you for the super chat and for hanging out with Dalton and myself. From Sort of Neil said, yas, Jovan, FTW, Harry Potter sucks. It just does, unfortunately. Oh, that's an office hour question. We'll read that later. Katie Ironfist said, leave Roly Polioli out of this. He knows what he did, so no. Liquidy Shid said, listen, if you want to shit on Harry Potter, fine, but you're walking a thin line with the Star Wars slander, buddy. Get your shit together. I love Star Wars. It's not great. There's more really shitty Star Wars media than there is good Star Wars media. Okay, let me phrase it that way. Liberty Giblet said, Shadow Realm Josh, giving YouTube a cut this time to punish you because this call was so boring. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Funny Soprano, thank you for the super chat. And then Joshua Everett said, two solipsistic callers with the same poor understanding of platonic forms How did we get here? How did we get here? How did we get here? Hyde 0991 said, showed up in time for a mind-numbing cow discussion. Has this been the day so far? Unfortunately. And then Michael Tony said, play peekaboo. They have no object permanence. Yeah, guys, you didn't know that cows didn't exist until you could see them. Greg Sanich said, I'm always disappointed to see how quick people are to defend imperialism, colonialism, and exploitation of this day. Free Alberta. Like Alberta, Canada? Is there's something going on with Alberta, Canada that I'm unaware of?
I mean, free everyone. So, sure, free Alberta.
Oh, shit, true. All right. Let's keep it going. If you have another super chat, send them in. Remember, if you start your super chat with OH, that tells me that you guys are sending it for office hours. So your question, if you have a question, that'll be answered by us during office hours. So W to office hours. Oh, Venmo. My bad. Taylor said, I've never done this before, but here's a pay to boot wild card, dealer's choice, boot whoever you want with this. I'm going to give it to Dalton. So Dalton has the pay to boot. So Dalton, if there's ever a point where we're 20 minutes into a conversation and you're like, fuck, I hate this caller, you now have a free pay to boot, Dalton.
Ooh, Christmas.
And then Spencer said, here's the concept of a $5 bill. That's so funny.
Man, that's how we defeat capitalism. We pay them with conceptual money.
No, for real. Deadass. Also, by the way, guys, because I forgot to mention it, Saturday, April... What day is that going to be? Saturday, April 18th, starting at 2 p.m. will be a 5-hour fundraising stream. There will be debates. There will be community games. There will also be a special guest to do an art draw along. So I'm just saying, if you like the show Bob's Burgers, you should join us on that day. That's all I'm going to say. So join us on Saturday, April 18th for a fundraising stream, most likely for the National Abortion Fund, will be who we're fundraising for this month. And then next month's stream will be for another thing. We got some callers, so we're going to get to our callers now. So thank you guys. Let's take our next call. Here we go. Coming up next to stream, we have Job. Job from West Virginia is going to tell us that God is real. And, I can't wait to see why Job thinks that. Job, if you can hear us, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Yeah, I'm 23. My pronouns are he, him, and it's pronounced job because my Twitch user is one job application.
Oh, I thought you were doing a bit because of the God thing. Okay.
Oh, no. I couldn't come up with something original.
I wouldn't call it original. I'll just say it's a name, but I got you. So Job, you're going to convince us that God is real. Both Dalton and myself are atheists. We do not believe in God. What proof do you have that the man, the myth, the legend is real?
All right. So when I say God is real, I don't necessarily mean one from any specific religion because, like you, I was once an atheist for a while. I'm believed to be more agnostic now more than anything, but I'm going to be honest in when I say it's reasonable to not believe in God, because if you hold the concept of a deity to scrutiny, you cannot detect or measure it. There's no scientific experiment that can be replicated to prove the existence of a God. And a lot of the reason I believe in some sort of higher power, a little bit anecdotal, but I'm going to try to be as reasonable as I can to somewhat convince you. But like I said, it is very reasonable to not believe in a God, right? I mean, especially one from a religion. With all that being said, the reason I believe in a higher power is I've always wanted to know what was the reason for the Big Bang, right? We know that the Big Bang happened. That is verifiable. That is fact.
Concepts
Now,
of the Big Bang?
I don't really know exactly what could have caused the Big Bang, and I do believe that there is some form of higher power not just because of the existence of Earth, but existence of other planets like Earth, and I'm willing to bet they also hold life. And I get a lot of that from the quote, "I think, therefore I am." And that makes me believe that there is some sort of higher intelligence. Now, I'm not going to say whether or not it's, God from the Bible or something like that, but a lot of personal experience and just trying to believe in something kind of makes me think that there is a God or some sort of higher power.
Well, Descartes'
I'm sorry.
saying of I think, therefore I am only tells you that your mind exists. It wouldn't tell you that a greater, more intelligent mind exists.
That's fair. I only mention that because, I kind of think of it as taking the perspective of a video game character. It's so weird that I'm seeing through this body, through this mind, through these sets of eyes. And when you play an FPS, you see through whatever player character you're controlling in the moment. And I'm not saying that that's the case, obviously, but I just think it's kind of weird that I'm seeing through this body and not through somebody else. But now I'm not saying that I was put there by God, but I think it's just reasonable. I think it's reasonable to conclude of the existence of some sort of higher power just because of being who I am, if that makes sense. Now, I am willing to concede that if you can present a good argument, which I'm willing to bet you probably could.
I mean, I would say that there is a higher power responsible for the creation of the earth, and that higher power is called gravity. But I don't think we have any good reason to think there's a higher power that's intelligent, that's an agent, that makes choices. What reason do you have for us to believe that such a higher power could possibly exist?
Well, I'm gonna get a little bit personal, and like I said, I'm not gonna use that to intend to convince you because it's an anecdote. But when I was 7 years old, I got into a really bad bike wreck and I almost died. And when that happened, I lost a lot of blood. And I'm not going to try to get super graphic with it, but when my family was washing it off the driveway, I lost so much that if someone else lost that same amount of blood, like an adult man, they would have died. And I consider that to be some sort of miracle. But at the same time, I was a very fearful child. And I grew up in West Virginia, so I grew up around a lot of Christian nationalism and things like that. So
if you would have just survived that without any aid from hospitals or ambulances or anything like that, then yeah, that would have been pretty goddamn miraculous.
That would have been much more.
But
I can agree with that.
After the accident, you had medical attention given to you. So I would say that's not miraculous. That's just science and medicine.
Well, if I'm going to be completely fair, I had West Virginia medical, so I'll believe that fact. I did have to get flown to Pittsburgh, so I do agree with you on that part. But I still consider it to be something that I'm very fortunate to be alive and thankful that I did have that sort of medical care.
Agreed.
But that is also really a big driving force of why I believe in some sort of higher power, because I did not think, my family, now obviously they didn't tell me what was going on at the time, but I did not think I was going to survive that.
But why would that lead you to believe that there's a God?
Well, during that time when all that happened, I got transported to my local hospital, which is in an area with a lot of bad water. I'm not going to say where because I don't want to dox myself, but the medical care there was really subpar. They put me under local anesthetic, and they didn't operate on me for some reason. Now, I did awake during that, in that moment, but I couldn't move, I couldn't see. Well, I couldn't open my eyes, but I could hear what was going on. And then eventually I woke up in the state capital, Charleston. And during that time, they did a bunch of different sort of operations on me. I ended up getting the drains that they put during, I don't know what they're called, but it's like these little drain bags that they put in your side if they're like trying to drain bile. And then when they flew me to Pittsburgh Children's, it was a 50-50 whether I was going to live through the night. And because that's just how much bad a shape I was in. I mean, when I had that wreck, I split my liver in half, a bunch of internal damage. I couldn't.
Yes,
I don't think that
I
I could survive without
but
some sort of aid
yes, but
in
what's
that
the
moment.
reason why we should think it's supernatural in origin, like it's a god, as opposed to just you got lucky, you're very fortunate that you had medical doctors that were helping you out. Why should we think it was a god or a deity of some kind, a higher power?
Just from the nature of it happening. And if I'm really going to be completely honest with you, it just feels a little more comforting believing that. But I mean, like I said, that's not trying to convince you.
So, no, that's fine. I do want to say, I have a hard time, at least in my framework. I couldn't be, like I said, you're not trying to adhere, but like I couldn't be convinced in myself in a God from an internal experience, because I can't be sure that what I'm experiencing is the Lord, if what I'm experiencing is some reaction of endorphins in my brain, like is some, maybe I'm in the middle of, not saying you are, I'm just saying like maybe I'm in the middle of some like psychosis. Like I can't be convinced of something like that in my mind. I would need the evidence of God to be some sort of external piece. I think it's totally fine if you believe in God because of some internal experience, right? But I don't think internal experiences can show us whether God is real or not. It can just show us whether somebody believes he is real or not.
To Jovan's
That's
point, like
fair.
I
Yeah,
once,
no,
to Jovan's
I
point,
can
I
concede that.
once thought, I had a crush on this woman, and I thought in my own mind that it was reciprocated, and it turns out I was wrong. And if internally I
L.
believed it, yeah.
Sorry.
but if I can get something that simple wrong, what is that going to tell me about like bigger things like this idea of a higher power? I'm more likely to also misread internal feelings that I'm getting on. So feelings are not a very good reliable method for getting to what is true.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
Feelings are not a reliable tool for finding out what is true.
That's fair. Yeah, I can concede all of that. Like I said in the beginning, I do not have a really good standard of evidence to prove the existence of a higher power. I mean, like I said, God isn't detectable or measurable. You can't replicate it in a scientific experiment. You know, that's just that. That's facts. That is very reasonable to not believe in a God because there's no good proof of a God. And that, I can concede that. Yeah, I can concede that you would need something much more external to believe that rather than just trust me, bro. All right. I mean, I'm not, and that's also a reason why I chose number one, because I mean, good God, 2 through 5, that is a can of worms. But that was really mostly what I had to say. And a lot of religion, I mean, especially Christianity too, they're always like, oh yeah, you have to accept it in your heart in order to believe it. No, the Bible is a claim. You have to prove it to be true. So, all right. But I mean, I can concede that I can see why you guys would believe the way you would believe too. I mean, that, yeah. Sorry, this is like my first time ever doing a debate. I'm not I didn't really come that prepared.
No, it's fine. I just, like I said, in having all these conversations for so long, the only thing I ever hear from people is these are the reasons why, these are the reasons that convinced me to believe, not here are objective external evidence of God. It's just usually, hey, here's the reason I believe in a God. And it's like, okay, that works for you, just doesn't work for me.
That's fair. I do think that it is very important to have these kinds of conversations too, because I mean, the rise of like I said earlier, I don't know if I said earlier, but I do have a big problem with religion, a very big problem. I mean, I grew up in Southern West Virginia, and when all that stuff happened, like everyone was praying for me, everyone was, you know, wanting me to be okay. But at the same time, I grew up around a lot of Christian nationalism, a lot of like American exceptionalism, things like that. And I was also indoctrinated by like the whole Turning Point ordeal and all that stuff too as a teenager. And for a while, like I said, I was an atheist, but I just started to try to believe in something because it feels a lot more comforting. And I wish there was some sort of external piece that I could give to convince other people, not necessarily because I want to force them to believe what I believe, but if I can feel this better about life as I know it, I would want other people to feel better about it too, especially of how hard it is and things like that.
Yeah,
I
like me personally, my comfort is in like believing truth claims, you know? Like that's what comforts me in. Like I believe, also just to be fully honest here, like depending on the God, like I would feel like, let's say the Christian God was real, I'd feel way less comforted believing in that psychopath. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, especially like, you know, all the fire and brimstone. It's like, come on, dude. Like, really? But
yeah, I guess that's all, Job.
Yeah, but I appreciate you having me on. I hope you don't have to have another debate like you had earlier.
We will. let's just keep it $1.50. We absolutely will.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, thanks for calling in, Job.
Yeah, you're welcome. I hope y'all have a good day. I'm gonna read the Twitch chat because I know I got flamed. As a matter of fact, I'm reading some of it right now.
I tell Twitch not to be too harsh, but unfortunately, I have no control over those.
I mean, it's whatever. Like, and some of them raise some pretty good points. Like, you know, they're gonna thank God instead of the doctors, which that wasn't necessarily what I was trying to get at, but that's a fair kind of statement to make too. Oh God, some of it was just like flaming y'all.
All right, well, job, you be good and have a good rest of your day, friend.
All right, thanks. Y'all have a good day.
Damn, flaming is crazy.
That's so funny.
I'm
excited
all
about
right.
the next call.
Yeah, which one do you want to take? This very next one?
John, age 27.
All right, let's bring John up. Coming up to stream, we have John. John from PA. John, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
27. He.
All right, John, 27. He, him. John is calling to tell us that the resurrection is real and that Jesus was resurrected. John, me and Dalton do not believe in the resurrection. But you do, and you can prove to us that it's real. So, John, go ahead with your proof.
Yeah. So, I have a clarifying question, though.
Sure.
Do you guys two clarifying questions? Am I just using biblical stuff to prove the resurrection, or am I also allowed to use outside?
You can use literally any evidence you want. I'd actually prefer non-biblical evidence because biblical evidence would just kind of be a circle. right? So it would be like the Bible is the claim that Jesus was resurrected. So I can't take the claim as the utter proof, you know?
Okay, and then my second clarifying question is, if I were to prove the resurrection to you guys, would you then believe in God, or would the resurrection not prove God to you?
Well, the resurrection would go towards proving that Jesus was supernatural in some sense. If you can prove that a supernatural resurrection happened. If you just prove that, like, hey, this guy was close to dead and just didn't fully die, and that's what the resurrection was, well, that wouldn't prove a God. But if you can prove a supernatural resurrection, yes, that would prove.
It would prove Christianity to
Okay,
be true.
all right.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify because, like, you know, the biggest claim in Christianity is that Jesus died for our sins and then was resurrected. So if
Correct.
that's not true, then Christianity can't be true. But if it is true, then Christianity is true.
Well, yeah, the belief in Christ's resurrection would be true, yeah, if he resurrected, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were, you know, because if you guys said no, then that would be, like, kind of bad faith almost.
Sure.
Okay. Well, yeah, because, right, if the resurrection is true, then Christianity is true.
Sure. So what is the evidence
Yeah.
that proves Jesus was resurrected and he's not a dead boy?
All right. So, I guess we can go to where you said, supernatural resurrection, right? So we can agree that the Romans were very proficient at crucifixion, and that no one
Yes.
survived the crucifixion ever by Romans. Hands?
I wouldn't make
No,
that claim because
no.
we don't have an answer to that, but I
We
would
do
say
know
they are proficient.
they're very proficient. We do have examples in history of Josephus, for example, actually convinced the Romans to remove a few of his friends from crosses that they were being crucified on, and they ended up surviving.
Okay. So Josephus. All right. So, like, in Josephus' notes that he wrote about how Jesus appeared after he was killed to many
No.
people on the third day.
He
No,
did not.
Josephus didn't write any of that.
The
There are only two.
Josephus did that?
There are only two references, maybe, to Jesus of Nazareth in Josephus' work, only in his book, Judean Antiquities.
Antiquities?
One is famously called
1833.
the Testimonium Flavianum, and the version that you might find in most versions of Josephus' work is, at the very least, partially interpolated. It has Josephus saying things like, if it be lawful to call him a man, or he was the Christ, and he appeared to his followers resurrected in fulfillment of prophecy. But Josephus wasn't a Christian, and he definitely didn't say that. At most, when scholars who believe that this is partially interpolated would say that at most what Josephus actually said about Jesus was that he was a teacher, known as a wonder worker, and that he was crucified at the behest of the Judean leaders by Pontius Pilate, and that there are still people who follow his teachings to this day. And at worst is the idea that the Testimonium Flavianum is entirely interpolated, in which case Josephus didn't say anything about Jesus at all in this section. It was entirely introduced by an outside Christian party, which, and the reason for that is because it doesn't sound anything like what Josephus would normally say. When you read this section of the Antiquities and you just skip over it, that one single line, it actually it's fine. It doesn't add or subtract to the surrounding context. And then the other reference to Jesus is found later on in Antiquities, where he mentions that James, the brother of Jesus, was executed by Ananus, the high priest. And that's it. That's all he says about Jesus.
Okay, so Josephus does not say he appeared to them alive on the third day.
No, that's only that's only the interpolated bit.
Okay. All right. I guess I'll have to do that. I guess. So are you guys that okay? So you guys claim that Jesus didn't die, or are we claiming that he did die?
He did die.
I think it is wholly plausible that a man named Jesus existed and that man was crucified. I think it's entirely implausible that he resurrected.
Yeah, I think what most likely happened was that Jesus was probably thrown after a few days of rotting on the cross. He was probably thrown into a mass grave, as was the custom of the Romans. And then we have certain psychological experiences that take place amongst his followers that lead to belief in resurrection.
There's some good arguments about it being the Sabbath, and so the Romans allowing him to be put in a tomb. There's decent arguments for that, but like nothing evidence based. It's just taking the fact that it was the Sabbath and that the Jewish faith is really particular about their dead on the Sabbath. But I don't see why the Romans would concede to this. Like
They
it
wouldn't
just
care.
doesn't really make sense. The Romans were really gung ho on making enemies of the state suffer, and Jesus was considered an enemy of the state because of the claims going around that he was king.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably push back with saying like the Romans were worried about the Jews, all things, so that would have been a good reason why they would have.
They weren't that
done
worried.
that
They had the Jewish leaders at the time in their back pockets. They really weren't worried
Yeah.
about like
Well,
an
yeah.
uprising of from the Jews. Like literally,
So the Jews did not uprise all the time during that time period?
allowing for, and they usually get squashed real easily. The
yeah,
only
and that's whether wait really quickly
Yes,
whether
that
they
makes
did uprise. Hold on, whether they did uprise is different than whether they worried about them uprising.
yeah,
Just like
I mean,
just like the Egyptians weren't worried about the Hebrew slaves uprising, and that happened.
burying crucifixion victims on the
Well,
same day they're
Didn't actually
crucified
happen.
kind of defeats the whole purpose of crucifixion. The entire purpose of crucifixion was to have this person suffer for very long periods of time and for their bodies to be put on display for people to come by and look and see this is what happens when you fuck with Rome. So like the Romans like conceding to this idea of burying the dead on the same day, it kind of defeats the whole purpose of crucifixion.
Okay, are you guys then claiming that like Jesus of Nazareth, a historical person, just like potentially wasn't a real person?
No, I think he was.
I think it's entirely plausible that he was a real person. I think it's implausible that he was
Plausible or probable?
plausible.
Because like you're leaving a lot of room for
Plausible.
like
We have no
actually-
contemporary writings of Christ. So that's why it's only plausible. If we had contemporary writings, I would move from plausible to probable. But as
Yeah.
it sits right now, I would just say plausible. Same for any historical figure that we don't have contemporaries for. I would say it's plausible they existed. And if there was some sort of contemporary evidence, be it archaeological, written, like testimonial, anything like that, then I would move from plausible to probable.
so like Alexander the Great then
He has contemporary.
Would
He has
he
people that wrote about him while he was
probably-
alive.
His general Ptolemy the Fourth, Ptolemy actually, wrote about him while he was alive.
So did his enemies.
then-
His enemies wrote about what he did to them. So
We
yeah,
have
I would say
coins.
that's Yeah.
Coins minted from the time of Alexander bearing his likeness.
so yeah, that's much more from plausible to probably did exist. But like let's take like if somebody asked me about Robin Hood, I'd be like, yeah, no, it's not plausible Robin Hood was real. King Arthur. It's actually not even plausible that King Arthur was real. And some people still claim to this day that King Arthur is a real person. We got no
And that
evidence
he
of that
will-
motherfucker.
And that he will
Yeah.
return.
all right, but there's like multiple references written about Jesus outside of the Bible.
None are contemporary. That's
Yeah,
the
we have
problem.
we have Tacitus who mentions that there were people who worshipped a guy named Jesus as a god. That's perfectly fine under the mythicist position. So I mean, none of the references to Jesus from that none are contemporary. We have some who are hundreds of years, about 100 years later, talking about his
The
followers.
closest you get to contemporary is Paul, who was about 20 years post Jesus's death. He wrote about Jesus. But like Paul's kind of a weird case because he goes real gung-ho after becoming Christian. So like I think it's equally as plausible that Paul lies about a lot of stuff because his goal is to convert people to Christianity after he had a near-death experience in the desert and was feeling guilty about killing a bunch of Christians. So like sure, but like again, it's not contemporary. It's not there's not a single piece of writing from somebody who was alive at the time that Jesus was alive and who knew him that wrote about him. And if something like that ever shows up, then he goes from plausible to probable.
If that's the standard you guys are using, then I'm okay with that. But Jesus of Nazareth has been about more than any other historical figure on the planet.
Well, no, I mean, yes, in the sense that you have people hundreds of years later who are writing about him, and that's because there's a religion surrounding this figure. So we have lots of people writing about a religious deity that is worshipped, but we don't have any. When it comes to contemporary evidence, we have more contemporary evidence for Alexander than we do for Jesus. More,
way more.
Not,
it's not even like close.
For who? Sorry.
For Alexander the Great than Jesus Christ. Like it's not even close. But even like again, we're not sitting here saying like our contention with you is Jesus being real. Like that's not my contention with Christianity.
Yeah,
my contention would be the mythical claims about Christ, the divinity claims. That I have contention with.
Yeah, but right, to prove that he resurrected, I have to prove that he's real and was crucified. And you guys seem to be very wishy-washy on
for this argument. As I always do when talking to Christians, I will just concede that Jesus of Nazareth existed and that he was crucified by the Romans. Now, why should I think that he's resurrected?
Okay. So then the question is, what happened to his body then if he was successfully crucified?
Probably
thrown in. Yeah, what Dalton is literally about to say, yeah.
There's probably a couple options. Either he was first and foremost, we wouldn't have a body for Jesus today, even if it's true that he died, because it's been 2,000 years. If we look at any Jewish person who died in the first century, all that's left of them is bones. Jesus of Nazareth most likely was thrown into a mass grave, as was typical for crucifixion victims. The fact that we have nothing from Paul about there being an empty tomb, he never once argues for an empty tomb, is quite telling. He only says that Jesus was buried. He doesn't say in what manner. And then even then, if Jesus was left in a tomb, there's still a way for Christians to cope with the idea that he's resurrected and there still being a body. They just don't have to believe in a physical resurrection, which, from reading Paul's own letters, his description of resurrection in 1 Corinthians 15 allows for that interpretation. And again, all we would have today would be just his bones.
Yeah, but bones would be fine, right?
Well, bones would be proof that he died. They definitely would. They would kind of work opposite against you on the resurrection claim.
When it comes to a tomb, we don't even know where Jesus was buried. Like, there are at least 3 different possible tombs for Jesus that are talked about today, and those would be the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which is most famously espoused by Catholics and Orthodox. Then there's the Garden Tomb, which is espoused by Protestants, and then there's the Talpiot Tomb, which, if that one is actually the tomb of Jesus, that's problematic for Christianity, because there was a bone box in the Talpiot tomb with the name Jesus, son of Joseph, on it. So, which would mean that we know where Jesus is at, and he's definitely dead.
But yeah, the thing is, again, like Dalton had said, based on historical records, which the Romans were really good at keeping, we know exactly how they did crucifixion. And it seems really unlikely that this person that they knew was worshipped, right? Like they knew Christ was worshipped. They knew he was going around claiming he was Messiah. He was Son of God. They knew that he was going around claiming to be king. They knew that he was creating some sort of uprising of his people. Why would they ever let that body be put in a tomb? They wouldn't. It just doesn't make sense. The Romans were really fucked up when it comes to punishing their enemies. they would have thrown him, they would have kept him on that cross until he was unrecognizable. He would have been on that cross until the buzzards picked him clean. Then they would have tossed him in a mass grave and put the next person up on a cross. It makes no sense that
So
he magically
if
gets
I go
this
with that line of thinking,
whatever.
Wouldn't that also be the same case, right? The Romans are so thorough and everything that when the Jews or the people that follow Jesus, when they're claiming that, that they buried him in a tomb or he resurrected, wouldn't they then we would have some type of writing against that by the Romans?
Why would they care about a very, very small sect of Jews who are claiming that a dead guy is still alive?
No, we would have actually
What
had
if they're
writings
so thorough with
we
their
would have had
record?
writings the other way. If what the Bible claims is true, and there were 2 guards stationed outside of the tomb who not only got freaked out because an angel came down and moved a stone, but passed out, woke up to an empty tomb, they would have reported that. That would have been reported, and the Romans would have had record of this. But we don't, because there's not even record of 2 guards watching a tomb. The only thing we potentially have is Pilate admitting he was crucified. And that's it. I think people seem to take our modern day understanding of how important Jesus would have been and putting that on the Romans, who to them, he was just another enemy of the state. They went about it the same way they would have went about any other enemy of the state. He was no different than the probably 10 other people crucified within that same month.
Yeah, until the claims of him being resurrected, though.
It's not that. It wouldn't be all that important to a Roman audience.
Why did those claims not show up till 20 years later?
Yeah.
Nobody claimed he was resurrected at the time the resurrection happened. No one wrote about it.
I guess I'll have to do some more research then.
If it's true that what Paul said is true, and that 500 people wrote about the resurrection, or 500 people, witnessed the resurrection, tell me none of those 500 people could write. I find that hard to believe. While writing was sparse at the time, it wasn't that sparse.
I don't know the literacy rates, so unfortunately can't argue that.
14%.
I imagine they're not too high. All right. I guess that's where I'll have to end the conversation.
Okay, so you have no evidence. You don't have any argument for the resurrection, then, essentially.
Yeah. Well, my argument, is that we kind of went over most of the topics that would.
Okay.
I just don't have enough evidence then at the current moment.
All right, no problem.
I heard you guys earlier quickly talking about you guys debating other people and an AI chatbot. Do you guys debate any popular apologists or just?
They are always more than welcome to call in.
Yeah, they're
not better.
Somebody could even message me and say, "Hey, I want to schedule a debate with you," and I'm more than happy. It's just my issue with apologists.
I just ran across you guys, so
and I know he's in the YouTube chat right now, but my issue with apologists is their arguments get so insane that I fully end up like Matt and Matt Dillahunty, and I just get so annoyed. Which if you were watching the earlier part of the stream, I was pulling my hair out because an apologist was like, "So you're telling me the concept of the number 7 didn't exist?" Fucking what? It's just.
Yeah, no, I get that, but when you guys are, the few times I've heard you guys say stuff is you're ad hominem attacking.
No, we don't.
No. I don't.
Ad hominem. Yeah, go ahead, Jovan.
I'm gonna be very, very upfront about this. Hold on. Just listen, John. I insult people all the time. Love a good insult. Have no issues denying this.
No,
I don't ad hom people because I always address the argument before or directly after I throw the insult. But I will insult people, 100%.
I'm pretty sure. Maybe I misheard what you said at the end, but you were talking about God and saying that if God was real, I couldn't because he's a lunatic. So
Well, that's not an ad
maybe
hom.
that's why some.
That's not an ad hom.
Yeah,
That's a
that's
claim.
that is. You're insulting.
Nope.
him. That's an ad
Insulting
hom.
who?
No. Yeah, no one. No
Insulting
one,
God? I'm not in a debate with
Yeah.
God, so it can't be an ad hom.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying like if we're talking like when you're talking to other apologists.
Yeah, but again, I believe that the Christian God is evil. So like, if somebody wants to like tell me that he's real, if we're gonna operate under him being real, then yeah, I think he's an evil lunatic, and I can substantiate that with an argument. But there was that we weren't arguing about that, so it's not I can't I can't commit an ad hominem fallacy. You could just say I'm like ad hominem in the sense that I'm insulting something, and if I'm insulting your God, okay, sorry, but like.
Yeah, I can
show how he
the
is a
only
lunatic.
the only way it can be an the only way it could possibly be an ad hominem is if I or Jovan did not, if first and foremost, if the insult was directed at the person we're debating, not the deity they worship, but also if we insulted the person we're debating and then we did not address their argument. That's the only way it can be an ad hominem. Us just shit talking Yahweh does not meet the criteria for being an ad hominem.
agree. You guys have a great day. Thank you.
All right. Didn't know I could ad hom God.
Hell yeah, brother.
Listen, if God has an issue with me ad homing him, he can get his bitch ass down here and say it to my face.
He can call in. It would be a great debate. I'd love to own his ass too.
Yo, if God calls in, I'll fucking smoke his shit, bro. I'll smoke your shit, God. We're gonna take the next call. We only have one more call in queue, so if we don't get another call between that and now, we'll move to office hours, and we'll let you guys call in and ask me and Dalton some questions. But for right now, we'll move to the next call. Coming up, oh God, Dalton, this is gonna almost entirely be you. There's no way. Oh my God, there's no way. Coming up is Arthur. Arthur, 33 from New York. Arthur's a repeat caller. His pronouns are he, him. Welcome back, Arthur. It's to see you, buddy. This is definitely another time I'm seeing you. Arthur, you there? Oh shit, Arthur, did you get zapped by your deity? Did God say, Arthur, don't do this? Arthur, hello. Am I high? Can y'all hear Arthur?
I can't hear him.
Okay, so I'm not high. Arthur, hello, Alpha. Hello. Hello. Alpha. Okay, well, I guess I'll send him back to the queue. Pillow, could you just see if you could get Arthur back on the line? I'll send him back to queue, and maybe you can get him back in the screening room. Well, that's all the calls. If somebody does want to call in, I guess I'll just leave it up for right now. 219-327-8005. We'll give like 10 minutes or so for calls. Then if we don't get any more, we'll do our oh, so yeah, we already got people calling. We got more callers calling in. Okay, good. Let's let these callers get screened, and then we will continue. Dalton, you having a good day, bud?
Man, this has been a lot more productive than the last time I was on here. I think we had one caller that last time.
We got like nothing last time. The co-stream I've had with the most calls was definitely when me and Blitz did it. Jesus Lord. We had so many calls that Blitz was like, well, I got to bow out. Like, I don't have any more time.
You know what's funny? I don't often do the topic of God is real on my channel. I usually, every time I have because most like Christian Philbros, all they know how to do is debate for the existence of God. They don't know how to talk about the Bible, and we generally just talk about the Bible on my channel. So I tell them, pretend I'm a deist. Why should I believe in Yahweh? And their brains just short circuit because they don't know how to defend the Bible.
Don't get me wrong. I actually think the conversation on the Bible being real, or the conversation on God being evil, and the truth claims behind Christianity are way more exciting. Like
Yeah.
they're not even more exciting. Yes, they are. They're not as boring. Most metaphysics debates are fucking boring as shit. That's why I loved your Philbro rules, and I gotta implement it. But like, I don't. As you notice, we don't get a lot of Philbros here. But like the rule you had about jargon, I'm like amazing.
Yeah, my audience hates Philbros, so the Philbro rule book. And for anyone who doesn't know, I created a rule book that basically because Philbros are not just people who like philosophy. They're not. That's just not what a Philbro is. A Philbro is someone who's like really engrossed in like debate culture, where they're here to win. They're not here to convince you that something is true. Usually, they'll talk fast and use jargon in order to sort of overload your brain, especially if you're not philosophically inclined like I am. So I told them they have to speak at a measured pace. If they use jargon, they have to explain it. They have to talk to me like I'm their grandmother because I'm not the philosophy guy. What was the other rule I had on there? Oh yeah, if they're just here to win and not here to persuade, they can get the fuck out. I don't want to talk to them. And then also they have 5 minutes because I just don't tolerate Philbro bullshit.
Speaking of, real quick, let me go through our Twitch shout outs. I haven't done a Twitch shout out like most of the stream. We have a birthday redeem on Twitch. Livy Doodles, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Here you go.
You could be a birthday baddie too. A very happy baddie birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Livy Doodles. Thank you for redeeming your birthday redeem. It's Ebby. Thank you for gifting a 1 month tier 1 sub to One Job application. All Things Green, thank you for resubscribing for 2 months at tier 1. Mama Laga, thank you for resubscribing with Prime. Potates, thank you for resubscribing for 2 months at tier 1. Starfighter Chad, thank you for resubscribing for 3 months at tier 1. And that's all the ones that I missed. So shout out to you guys. Thank you for the birthdays. We have a call screening right now, and then we're going to take it. So yeah. Spectrum keeps calling me to be like, hey, we know that on one of your accounts, because I have a Spectrum account for another residence that somebody lives at that uses, and they're like, hey, we noticed you have a Zumo streaming box. We want to call to help you activate that. I'm like, how many times do I have to tell you I'm not going to use this thing? I have a smart TV. I have no fucking reason to use a streaming box that isn't Roku, because I do have a Roku on my living room TV. Anyway, that's me crashing out about Spectrum being the worst. They're the worst. One more call screening, and then after that call, we may switch over to office hours. Just a reminder of all the fun stuff we have coming up, you guys. Just a reminder, tomorrow's stream with Alec Gunter happening at 12 p.m. Discord community night, Saturday, 8:30 p.m. This is all Eastern. Don't ask me to swap it. Eastern is superior. Tuesday, the 31st, co-stream with Katie. April 1st, 5 p.m. is April Fool stream with Joe Vaga. Friday the 3rd is Friday Fun Streams. Tomorrow, 7 p.m. in the Discord is the start of our monthly Discord lecture series. We might even get Dalton to do a Discord lecture one of these days if he has anything he wants to talk about. So get your booty butts into the Discord. It's available to all of you if you are subscribed to the channel on Twitch and if you're a member on YouTube. There are 3.8 thousand members. Oh no, there's not. That was a lie. Hold on. Just making up fucking numbers. How many members are there on YouTube? There are 978 of you on YouTube that are members. So get into the Discord so you can plop your Discord shit. All right. Let's go. Next call. Coming up next is Ian. Ian from Tennessee is calling to talk about God being real. So let's see if Ian has a compelling argument. Ian, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
My age is 31, and I am he, him male.
Great. Ian, me and Dalton are both atheists. We do not believe God exists. Do you believe God exists, and do you have compelling evidence that will convince us that God is real?
More of a spiritual. Sorry, mush mouth. I'm a little embarrassed. I believe more into subscribing to a theory that God is he's kind of all of us, not in a Christian sense or Valhalla or Greek or Roman or God knows what the space people think of, but but more of a he's the collective oneness for all human beings.
Sure, I don't believe in a collective oneness. So, how would you prove that this collective oneness is real?
Well, on the inherent thought, and this might be naive on my part, but I believe that all humans are connected in basically the 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon. It's everybody knows somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows this other guy that also knows Jerry.
Oh, okay. We're the 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon. There are at least seven degrees of individuals that you can know that will lead you give you a connection to Kevin Bacon. Yeah, but like we're socially connected. But here's my biggest problem with these kind of arguments is that when the word God is semantically stretched to where it could basically mean almost anything, it means nothing. It's at this point it's a useless phrase unless like, do you believe that I'll name off some attributes. Is God omnipresent everywhere in the universe?
Well, not to the term that I would use God.
Is it all
But,
powerful? It can do all possible things.
Not in the definition that I would use.
Is it all knowing? It knows all possible things.
Not yet.
Did it create the universe in any meaningful way?
I believe so, yes. Because again, if we're using the collective idea, which again, I know that not everybody subscribes to it, and I really do respect you for speaking your piece on it, because I do find debates like this to be very enthralling. I cannot give actual, factual, physical proof. I can only give metaphorical and symbiological proof.
If the God
However,
is only metaphorically real, then it's not really real in reality. It seems to me like you're just an atheist in denial, and that you really want a belief in deity, and so you are attributing to other known factors and calling them or it deity in order to bring you some amount of comfort, but like none of this is actually anything that we would reasonably call a god.
That's quite possible. I mean, I consider myself more agnostic because there's no proof that there is no deity, because it's quite an unquantifiable way to go.
Huh?
Is there a great imaginary sky daddy in the sky? I mean, it's
Definitely
possible.
not. Doubtful.
Is there a great destroyer that once stood on the head of her husband and basically had a bloodlust war orgy? That's possible.
Donald Trump? Wait, what?
Oh. Not quite as good looking. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, the problem is if we're talking about the existence of a deity of some kind, like we should always start from non-belief and then work our way to belief with some type of evidence. We should never start from belief, you know?
Oh no, that's a solid point to make. Like, and I'll give you that because, you know, it's kind of the reverse of innocent until proven guilty, but like, I see where you're kind of coming from, because like, if there's no genuine, actual, factual, hey, here's a picture of Jesus high-fiving a Roman god, like Brockus or something like that, then why the hell should we even entertain the thought? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But
So, but that's
there's
why if somebody is like, well, there's not any evidence he isn't real, right? Well, that's silly. I don't have evidence unicorns are real, but like, I don't believe in them. You know?
well, I mean, I once saw a horse with something glued to its face. I mean, that was pretty close. But no, again, I can see where you're coming from with this, because to go ahead and make an absolute statement that one particular deity is just oh so ooey gooey special and nuh-uh aren't really exactly strong arguments. Which again, I can respect, because like, I'm not gonna lie, I've been battling Mormons for like the last 2 weeks, trying to go ahead and get through to them on some of my points. And which, by the way, I do really respect you guys for what you guys are doing on the show, like opening people's eyes and stuff. That's good stuff.
Yeah, it just seems like you're engaging in a very similar thing that a pantheist might engage in. Like, you're talking about society and the fact that we're socially connected to one another, but we already have names for all these things. Like, a pantheist would say the universe is God, but we already have a name for that thing. We call it the universe. There's no reason to tack on the word God if it doesn't have any of the properties of any God.
Well, that might be more naivete on my part. And granted, it's not a super solid argument. Again, just between us girls, like, I've done a crap ton of DMT. So these are the thoughts that came to me during that time. So again, it might be from a biased standpoint or just like a dumb standpoint, and I don't know if I'm making my argument.
An idea that you
Very
came to
well.
when your brain wasn't functioning at its full and appropriate capacity.
And that's a fair point. But some of the best ideas that we've ever had as a human race has come from us being dumb.
What?
Huh?
Well, I mean, taking a mind-altering substance. Well, it's going to be getting way off topic, but for me, I believe that, like, getting down to the core of it, that the human beings in this world have a soul. We all have.
But based on what? Like, what evidence do we have that souls are real?
I believe consciousness would count. Like, we're
What?
actually able to formulate ideas and thoughts and feelings and everything.
That's just because we have a brain. Consciousness is just a byproduct of the brain, as far as I can tell. I would need a really good reason to think that it was something non-physical, supernatural. But like, when physical drugs are capable of altering my conscious state, how does something physical affect something not physical? Like, as far as I can tell, my consciousness is just the firing of synapses in my brain.
Huh. That's a good point.
Was it?
Well, I mean, technically speaking, synapses in the brain firing. Well, I mean, and I'm not trying to get off topic, but this kind of gets back to the brain in a jar argument that I've had a couple of times with a few people. That technically speaking, that we can't prove that anything is really real, because technically you could be a brain in a jar, and there's no way that you would know.
I can have high confidence based on the available evidence. No one's claiming to have absolute knowledge of anything outside of our own the existence of our own minds. But we can have high confidence that the world around us exists.
Well, again, if you're a brain in a jar, you really wouldn't know. And
I can have,
I'm not trying to.
but if by know you mean having 100% certainty, then sure. But I can have a high percentage of certainty based on evidence. No one's making a claim
So
that we have
you would say that
100%
you've got
knowledge.
pretty strong faith in it.
No, I have confidence. Faith would be believe in something without evidence. I have evidence, so I don't need faith.
Okay, that's fair.
Also, just FYI, there's no there's no way to live life with the belief that I'm a brain in a jar. Like it's just like I have sense
Oh, it's not
organs.
that bad.
Eh,
I mean,
well-
like honestly,
Well,
like if you
yeah,
have a little
it
bit
would
of
be
paranoia.
because it would be the belief that everything I know and love is not real.
I also think
And
it's a bit
like,
prideful. Like
that's-
I came up with
that's okay.
all the laws of physics. Like it's crazy.
Well, I mean,
I know the limits of my own. I did not come up with the laws of physics.
yeah, my brain
I
is
don't
not
know.
smart enough for half the shit that the world has in it. Like, I don't understand algebra. So how did my brain make up algebra?
Yeah, I wanted something to be pissed off about. No. It could just be an infinite amount of your brain with nothing to do. We don't know. But again, like this is just a theory. And for me,
theory.
It's not even a theory. It's more like it's a meandering, a hypothesis. I wouldn't even go so far as to call it a theory because there is no like actual model based on evidence to like
a game model.
Yeah.
Well, I would prefer a film model, honestly, but
A film theory. But yeah, I'm just gonna be so honest with you, Ian. It just seems like you don't really have. I'm gonna just speak plainly. It doesn't even seem like you have a real good reason to believe what you believe. It's just like it makes you feel a little better, so you believe it, which is okay. But I don't think like heroin might make me feel a little better, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna shoot it up. You know?
oh no, and that's again, that's a completely fair standpoint to take. And again, I respect from where you guys are coming from. Like I didn't exactly bring in Jesus's wishbone or anything like that. So with my theory, it doesn't hold a lot of water. Which again, I respect from where you guys are coming from, because like there's nothing physical that I would actually be able to show you that would actually be able to be like, yep, nope, Zeus is real and he lives on like 321 Magic Street. Like, for my theory to actually be, viable in this world, the physical world, the material world even, like I would have to bring something pretty substantial. Because I'm not going to lie, like, I'm starting to sound like the Mormons that came over to my house last week. It's just like,
A little bit.
Uh-huh. Sure.
A little bit.
Yeah, okay.
A little bit.
We're all getting our own planet and special underwear. That's cool.
A little bit, yeah.
But in reality, I personally subscribe to that one unifying theory because
it
you
makes
might
you
be
feel
right.
better.
Well, I mean, again, it's not a very good one, but
you also don't
I
have any
believe
good
that
reason to call it. You also don't have any real good reason to call it God. Like you're not really really arguing for the existence of God. You're just arguing for something else.
It would be a deity in the sense of just a great spirit, like that we all return to at the end.
Well, that's something else. That's now saying that there is now this being that exists, a great spirit. You're getting kind of closer now to like Brahma within Hinduism, that we all return to the great spirit. But like, any evidence that for that being exists?
Not besides the thought that we were all connected, but you kind of shot me down on that one like super fast.
We're only socially connected. I wish. I mean, listen.
Your
If
mom
I
is
was,
socially connected.
if we were all mentally connected, I wouldn't have to. I would be out of the job. I wouldn't have to be sitting up here debating people all day, because all the Christians I would have call in would actually know the Bible and wouldn't believe in it if we were actually mentally connected.
Oh, I mean, they still believe in it, and it's still goofy.
Yeah, but we're
Like,
obviously
and that's
not.
coming from a guy with no book.
We're obviously not mentally connected, though, because like the Christians who call in, they don't know the Bible. I do know the Bible. And if we were all actually unified in this mystical way, surely they would already have this knowledge embedded in them, but they don't.
Yeah, and that's something that kind of frustrates me too. Is like there's a lot of times where you can call them out like pretty easily for the people that do like to quote it. They always like to do the cherry pick, which I'm not gonna lie, I did that with my theory. Well, my postulation.
So this thing really isn't. There is no real unifying principle among humans like that. Then.
But I'm gonna be honest, Ian. We have like a line of callers that have called in while we've been chatting, so I do want to get to the next caller. But yeah.
Oh, absolutely, my dude. Go for it.
No problem. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, I appreciate your time.
I felt like we were just circling toward the end of that, so I wanted to get some of these other callers. We have a bunch of people on the line. So Dalton, strap the fuck in, buddy. We might be hitting the full 4 hours of stream today. You don't have to say their names, just say the number. Are there any of the ones that are in the queue that are interesting to you?
Number 22. We haven't got to talk 22? About that topic yet.
True. Okay, let's do it. Coming up next to show is going to be Brendan from North Carolina. Brendan is calling in to tell us that Jesus is the Messiah and that he has evidence. Brendan, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Yeah, I'm about to be 31 in a couple days, and I guess you can say he, him.
All right, Brendan, happy early birthday. I'm going to let you know, Brandon, you might have picked a wrong topic to call in on. We have a Messianic expert with us here on stream today. But Brendan, me and Dalton are both atheists who don't believe Jesus was the Messiah. If you do, can you prove it to us using some sort of compelling evidence?
I just want to say that's awesome. My grandfather was a 33rd degree level Mason, and I respect that a lot. So. It's cool I'm not on the phone with him.
I'm not a Mason. I'm a Messianic.
You're an expert.
That's Messianic doesn't mean related to the Freemasons. That's Masonic.
Oh, okay.
Messianic
I didn't know
is
that.
related to the topic of the Messiah. I'm an expert in the concept of
no worries,
Messiah.
Dude, that was funny though. No worries.
I heard Masonic, and I thought
I'm a 33 degree Messianic. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I respect to that either way. My biggest thing is the historical evidence. You know, I have my faith in what I believe in, and I know to be true in myself. But the historic evidence is just, it's unmatched with any other religion. It is believed by non-religious scholars as well, people who are Jews, people who aren't Christian, people who are atheists.
Well, real quick, specifically historical evidence for what? That simply that Jesus existed? Because I think Jesus existed. I just don't think we have any reason to think he was specifically the Messiah.
That he existed, that he was crucified, he did rise from the dead.
I do want to point out one thing.
All over.
I do want to point out one thing. There's actually way more contemporary evidence for Islam than there is for Christianity. Like way more. Like we actually have writings.
Even Islam recognizes.
Yes, but I'm just talking about like if I were to look at Jesus and I were to look at Muhammad, we actually have people that knew Muhammad firsthand that wrote about him while he was alive. Like they wrote about him while they, Jesus has none of that. But that's besides the point. We can concede that Jesus existed.
Well, nobody actually firsthand saw Muhammad die and rise from the dead. So that
neither did they with
that's
Jesus.
kind of where I go with that.
No one firsthand saw Jesus rise from the dead.
Jesus taught loving things. He traveled all over the world. He learned different things in different parts of the world. As Muhammad raped and pillaged and raped kids and just told them that he was a prophet.
Brennan. First and foremost,
I'm just telling you. I want to speak strictly facts. I'm not giving you my ideas.
You have the power, Dalton. You have the power. Take it when you need it.
Yeah. Even from the perspective of the Bible, no, Jesus did not travel the world. He traveled the breadth of Palestine, and that's it. And also, none of this is evidence that Jesus was the Messiah specifically. The Messiah.
Jesus traveled to Egypt.
I'm not convinced he did. I don't really believe he did. That's the claim that the authors of the Gospel of Matthew.
Well, the first-hand accounts.
But no, there's not. We have no first-hand accounts of Jesus in Egypt.
All right.
The Gospel of Matthew is not a first-hand account.
Okay.
Now, specifically, the Messiah is the idea that Jesus is the long-awaited, prophesied, anointed one of Israel. And the way we know that someone's the Messiah is, did they fulfill prophecies from the Old Testament about the Messiah? And as far as I can tell, Jesus didn't fulfill even a single one.
Okay. Again, the biblical account, Matthew 2:13 through 15, the angel instructs Joseph to take Mary and Jesus to Egypt to escape King Herod.
Brendan, do you acknowledge, Brendan, do you acknowledge that everything you're reading is a second-hand account written decades after Jesus' death and not written by a single person who knew him in real life?
Yes, there's multiple. You have multiple of his constituents that wrote about him right away after. Most of the first-hand accounts are written about
there are no
years
first-hand
later.
accounts of Jesus. There are none. Zero, zip, not a.
Name one person who knew Jesus on earth who wrote about him. Paul didn't know Jesus. Paul
literally says he doesn't know Jesus.
The only thing Paul has in regards to Jesus is he has visions, which we would call today hallucinations, of Jesus after Jesus was already.
See, hallucination. I mean, if you want to get scientific and historical about it, you're not. So we also talked about you had someone talking earlier about writing and how many people could write back then, and someone said 14%. That's crazy. Around where Jesus was, it was around 1%. So even if there was 500 people there at the crucifixion, only maybe 5 of those people could scribe.
No one's claiming that
it
500
takes a long
people.
And then so
well,
what I'm saying is, why the boom in Christianity as soon as he is crucified? If it was a mass hallucination.
Brendan, there is no boom in Christianity right after Jesus' death. In fact, we don't really get a boom in Christianity until it's legalized in the Roman Empire. Christianity was a very small, insignificant.
No, there was a boom, and people were murdered for it. They were killed for it. Now, why would you be executed off of something you're making up?
Well, no one here is making the claim that anyone's making something up. You know that people who hallucinate aren't making things up, and people who are convinced of a proposition based on other people's testimony are also not just making things up. All that's required is for Peter to have a bereavement hallucination of Jesus, for him to convince the other disciples that he had seen Jesus resurrected because of this bereavement hallucination, and then be convinced of it. No one has to lie. They just need to be mistaken or convinced of an idea.
Yeah. And Paul did write about Jesus' resurrection within 5 years of his
20
death.
years.
That is
20
in
years.
Corinthians.
20 years. Corinthians. We
That's
don't get any writings
eyewitness.
from.
That's not.
No,
That's
no, we
whether or
don't.
not he knew
Brennan,
Jesus. That's
okay.
that's
Brennan, you got to stop talking over me. It's getting annoying. Brennan, we don't get any testimony about Jesus' resurrection until Paul's writings, which take place 2 decades. Paul wrote in the late 20s. I'm sorry, no, late 50s, early 60s CE. We don't have any writings from Paul that go back to 5 years after the resurrection. What we have is allegedly there are written in Paul's letters, there are hymns and confessions about Jesus that might go back to 5 years after the crucifixion. But at best, all these confessions are telling you is that there's a belief that Jesus was resurrected, which I've already given a very good explanation for that. All that's required for those hymns to arise is for people to have one person to have a bereavement hallucination of Jesus after he's dead, and for other people to be convinced of this claim. That's all it's required.
okay. But even with that logic, myths take generations to
No, they don't.
come about.
No,
yes,
they don't.
do. And
have
you're
you ever-
talking within
have you
one
ever heard-
generation,
have you-
he became a
have you ever-
Messiah. Within
have you ever heard of
60
the-
years?
Have you ever heard of the John Frum cult?
No, because because it was not as impactful as Jesus was in his time.
And it's not.
No, I've
first
never
and
heard
foremost,
of that.
Jesus wasn't impactful in his time. Do we have any authors from the time of Jesus that wrote about him? That who lived contemporary
I can
to Jesus?
probably find it real quick. But like I
If
said,
you,
there's
Brendan, if you found
I
it,
mean,
you'd be
the
the
amount
first
of people that
person.
could
Brendan,
write
Brendan,
back
Brendan,
then,
Brendan,
they were
Brendan, Brendan,
scribes.
Brendan. If you could find contemporary first-hand written accounts of Jesus, you would be the first person in history to find this.
No, that's not even close to true.
Yes, it is, Brendan.
It is
We have
true.
zero. Every single scholar will acknowledge this claim that there is zero first-hand contemporary accounts of Jesus Christ.
Everything we have on Jesus of Nazareth, whether from followers or non-followers, come only after his death.
Right, and in a world where almost nobody can write, the fact that that Jesus has multiple early records about him is exactly what you would expect.
There's
if
no early
something
records about Christ.
actually
What are you
fucking
talking
happened.
about? There are no early records of Christ. And the earliest is written 20 to 30 years after he died.
And Paul didn't even write it himself. He had a scribe write it for him. He paid someone who was literate to write it down. And then it's not until at the very minimum 40 years after Jesus died that we get the first gospel, the Gospel of Mark, written by we don't know who. And then the Gospels of Matthew and Luke use the Gospel of Mark to create their own narratives. They sometimes copy word for word from his work, and then they change it how they think it when they think it's appropriate. And then the Gospel of John is just making up his own bullshit altogether. At least 60 years after Jesus's death. So no, we don't have that's
No,
not
again, we just established it was within 5 years.
No, we didn't.
It's
You weren't
within
listening.
5 years in crucifixion, where he lists over 500 people that witnessed the crucifixion.
Brendan, you weren't listening. You weren't listening. Here, I'm going to ask you some questions.
I'm listening to you.
Brendan.
Wait. Hold on.
Generations.
Hold on. Let's just do it. Hold on.
Decades.
Let's just do a knowledge check. Here. What year, Brendan, was Jesus crucified?
What year was Jesus crucified? I guess it would be 0.
Jesus
right.
Christ.
I mean, right? Was that a trick question?
Nope.
It was not a trick question,
right.
And I don't know how you failed that spectacularly, bud.
Jesus
so what
of
year
Nazareth
was Jesus crucified?
Was crucified.
I'm not a historical scholar.
Jesus of Nazareth was
I
crucified
read little bits that I can. I don't know.
Was crucified around 30 CE. We don't know the exact date. What's the very first thing that Paul wrote? What's the first epistle that he wrote?
Paul wrote about the crucifixion?
I didn't ask
Or
that.
did he write about
I didn't ask
the Last Supper and the
I didn't
police
a-
coming to
I didn't
arrest him?
I didn't ask that. I didn't ask what, like, the content of Paul's letters. I asked you which one of the epistles of Paul. There are 7 authentic Pauline epistles. Which one's the first one that he wrote?
I couldn't tell you.
It's First Thessalonians. You know its date. It's First Thessalonians.
First
And do you know
Corinthians 15:3.
No, First Thessalonians is the first work from Paul chronologically. And do you know when it was written?
Okay.
50
No, when was
to
it?
51, 50 to 51 CE. We have nothing written 5 years after Jesus. I will repeat this again so that you do not misremember, hopefully. We have nothing written 5 years after Jesus' crucifixion. What we have is that in First Corinthians and other Pauline epistles, we have hymns that Paul writes about, and the hymns may go back to at least 5 years after Jesus, but those hymns were written down by Paul decades later.
How do you get a full resurrection belief that fast if nothing actually happened though? So you're saying he made up a story?
No,
For
easy. What
someone
happens
he
is
respected, maybe? I guess.
Jesus dies, and then not long after, one of his
Right.
followers has a bereavement hallucination. We know that 30 to 60% of grieving individuals can experience hallucinations of a loved one after they die. All it requires for Peter, because Paul says the first person that Jesus appeared to was Peter. All it requires for Peter to have a bereavement hallucination where he thinks he's seeing his dead rabbi after he's been crucified, for Peter to tell the other 12, and for them to engage in typical Jewish things like fasting and praying and feeling Jesus' presence in the room with them. And that's all that's required for a resurrection belief to begin. No need for a supernatural resurrection. All
But
that's required is
hallucinations
common.
aren't shared amongst 500 people though.
No one's claiming that 500 people all had a shared hallucination. When it comes to the 500,
well, who else wrote about the resurrection then?
Not 500. Not 500 people.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. But when it comes to the 500, all we have is
well, you couldn't have 500 people because nobody could write. But yeah,
Brendan. When it comes to the 500, we have one verse, only one verse, and all it says is that Jesus appeared to 500 all at once. The question is, in what manner did he appear to them? Because the Greek word for appear in 1 Corinthians 15, opthe, has a semantic range that can not only refer to visual sight of seeing someone, it can also refer to internal perception. Opthe can refer, if you feel Jesus' presence in the room, you can use the word that you can say that he appeared to you. That's perfectly allowed by the semantic range of the Greek. In fact, Paul says in Galatians that when Jesus appeared to him, that it was internal, that God revealed his son in me, not outside externally, but in me. And Paul uses the same exact Greek word opthe to refer to how Jesus appeared to him. So all that's required for the 500 is for 500 Christians to be praying and fasting or doing whatever, meeting together and feeling Jesus's presence with them in the room. It doesn't require for them to all physically see Jesus standing with them in the room.
But also, Paul could just be lying. I hate to break this, but Paul has every reason to lie. He wants people to be Christian. He has every reason to make stuff up. No other gospel author writes that there were 500 witnesses. Only Paul. He's the only person.
He gained zero power. He gained zero respect. He gained no money from this.
That's not true.
Why would he?
None of that's true.
Why would he? Well, okay. What's not true about it?
Wait. But hold on. Even if it was the case, if Paul is a Christian and Paul believes in Christianity, that's enough for the reason for him to lie. Doesn't matter if he gets fame. Doesn't matter if we have people that will die for their beliefs all the time. You have people that commit suicide because they think 72 virgins await them in heaven. right? It doesn't matter because
Yeah,
if
you sure
they
do.
believe,
Yeah.
if you believe in something strong enough, doesn't matter what someone's willing to do to you. You want other people to believe what you believe.
So he's pretty much just the Donald Trump of fucking zero.
Shit, you said it, not me,
AD,
but
I
damn,
guess,
that's a
is
good,
what you're saying.
I
not
mean,
zero. Okay, hold on. I
because
just need to
they
wait.
get
I just want I want to correct this because it's so it's you shouldn't be saying it. If Christ is born, if 0 AD is Christ's birth, and we know he lives to be about 31, give or take, then he would die at like 30 but to 33 AD, right? So Paul wrote
Mhm.
20 years after that. I don't remember what the age of Paul was, but he wasn't like some old man wandering the world. So then you would need to just wonder how old would Paul have been when Jesus died. So if he's writing 20 to 30 years after Jesus Christ died, and you tended to only live to be about 35 back then, Paul couldn't have been more than like
Mhm.
maybe 10 when Jesus died. So he definitely wasn't there.
and we also have no reason to believe that he was even remotely close to Jesus when he died. Like Paul either probably doesn't speak Hebrew. And I have good reason to believe that because he makes errors in his writings when he's quoting the Hebrew Bible. It leads us to believe that he probably didn't speak Hebrew. So like he's probably a Hellenized Jew living in the diaspora amongst Greek speaking Jews. So like definitely wasn't in Jerusalem and didn't witness Jesus' crucifixion. So Paul's not a contemporary. And again, yes, as Jovan said, Jesus did not die in 0 AD. Even though there is no 0 AD. It goes from 1
Okay.
BCE to 1 CE. But Jesus died around the 30s CE.
Am I wrong that not only obviously we know he was a real person, but that his miracles were written? Well, we call them miracles, whatever it was. Probably a lot more of science and simple healing back in the day. I don't know, but it could be, could not be. I don't know. I prefer to believe that he is who he says he is, but that doesn't really matter. Why would the people, his enemies, write about him in the same way?
They didn't.
So
If it
whose
wasn't
enemies?
true.
Whose enemies? Wait, whose enemies writing about who? Paul's enemies?
Tacticus,
Tacitus was an
Josephus,
enemy.
Josephus and
Pliny the
Tacitus.
Younger.
Josephus and Tacitus weren't enemies of Christ. They
They didn't-
were
they
not even
weren't- they-
around while he was
Yeah.
alive.
Josephus wasn't even born yet.
No, they were
when Jesus
historians,
died. So
but they were not
so
Christians,
they're not-
is what I'm
so they're
telling
not-
you.
That doesn't
They're
make
not
them
enemies.
enemies.
And in that time, it was, you were still crucified.
Brennan, in order to
They
be
were
an
still
enemy of Jesus,
persecuted for
the only-
their belief
Brennan,
as a Christian.
I'm getting an ice cream
Brennan.
sandwich.
Brennan, the enemies of Jesus would be the people who were alive in Jesus' time who directly opposed him. Non-believe. I know this is kind of telling, but not just for not being a non-believer does not automatically make you an enemy of Jesus. It means you're neutral towards Jesus. You don't give a shit about Jesus.
When it turns to persecution of the people that do believe in Jesus, then yes, you are an enemy of Jesus.
It was
I mean-
persecuted because it was an illegal religion. And so what?
Right, which makes whoever is in
Josephus
charge
didn't-
an enemy of that religion.
Josephus.
If you were going to persecute the people that believed in what you made illegal.
Muted. God damn, Brennan, you have. I don't know if you have any house training, but when one person talks, you don't talk. That's how the conversation goes. Now, Josephus did not torture any Christians. So do we have any good evidence that Jesus isn't a heckin' dead boy? You're muted, Jovan.
Sorry, aren't we supposed to be talking about whether Christ is the Messiah? We haven't even gotten to that point.
Oh,
yet.
yeah. We're already talking about the resurrection. He can't be the Messiah if he didn't even fulfill a single prophecy, Brendan. He failed to fulfill all of the necessary prophecies to be the Messiah.
He appeared to 500. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to talk.
No, he didn't. He did not
He
appear
didn't
to
appear to 500 people, dude. There's no proof of that.
And also, that's not what it means to
There
be
is
the.
proof of
That's
that.
also
There's
that's not.
handwritten.
That's also not what it
No.
means to be the Messiah.
Wait, Brendan, I need to know that you know this. That not a single one of the 500 people that he supposedly appeared to wrote down that they saw anything. You recognize
They
this, right?
couldn't write, Jovan.
You don't know. You don't know
They
that.
can't write.
You don't know that.
You absolutely know that.
Not
they
a
No, you
single.
don't.
Here, let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it. Not a single person wrote down what they said they saw. Not a single person wrote down secondhand. We have quite literally 0 accounts from these 500 people. Name a single one of them that we have an account from. We don't.
They could have done what Paul did. Paul hired a scribe to write many of his epistles. Any of the 500 could have hired a
epistles.
scribe and had them write down their testimony, but nothing. Well, we don't know. We don't know their names. We don't even know where they live. We don't know where this appearance took. We don't know jack shit about the 500. And again, appearing to 500 people does not make someone the Messiah. That's not the criteria that one has to meet to be the Messiah. Brendan?
I mean, Dalton, just remember you have a free one. We could use it and we could save ourselves right now.
You know what? Honestly, you know what? I think I'm going to. You've been paid to
Bet.
be booted, Brendan.
Shadow Realm,
Come-
baby.
Come back when you have an argument for the resurrection, for Jesus being the Messiah. That wasn't
No,
even.
I'm sorry.
The
Come
resurrection
back when
wasn't
you
even the
have an
topic.
argument. Come back when you
Yeah.
have an argument. That would be my thing. There are a lot of callers in the queue, and we're gonna get to every single one of you. So just be patient, because we're gonna get to all of you.
Maybe it looks like number 28 actually might have. They actually know at least a little bit what they're talking about because, prophecy.
We want to do 28 first?
Yeah.
All right, let's do 28 first. This ice cream sandwich is bussin', bro. Love me a good ice cream sandwich. Coming up next to stream, we have Ian. Ian is calling to talk about topic number 4, Jesus being the Messiah. Ian, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hey there. I'm 35 years old, and I go by he, him.
All right, Ian, 35, he, him.
Can you hear me all right?
Ian, yep, we can
Yeah.
hear you just fine. Me and Dalton are 2 atheists who do not believe Jesus was the Messiah. Do you believe he was? And if so, do you have any evidence to prove that?
Yeah, I do believe he was a Messiah. And I was listening to the previous conversation you were just having, which was supposed to be on that topic, and I saw that kind of fell apart.
Yeah.
I guess the Jesus being Messiah thing, we're going to have to start with agreeing that he did actually die. I don't know if you guys believe that Jesus. I think I've heard you guys say you do believe Jesus was probably a real person, probably existed.
Plausibly. We'll say that. We'll just concede that
and would
Jesus
you-
existed and he was crucified by the Romans.
Okay. Then if we're good with that, then I would look to Old Testament prophecies. I think one of the strongest ones would be in Daniel. That's Daniel chapter 9. Do you know where I'm going with this?
Yes,
Where there's
490
a prophecy.
years. 490 years are dictated from the going forth of the word to rebuild and restore Jerusalem until an anointed prince. That's what Daniel says. So the question is, when does that going forth of the word occur? And I'll give you a hint. The answer is actually given to you directly in the opening verse of the book of Ezra.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
I would have to go and look at that reference.
Here, I'll just read it for you.
But
In the
yeah,
first
go ahead
year
and
of,
give me the answer, and I'll go and look it up later.
in the first year of King Cyrus of Persia, to fulfill the word of the Lord from the mouth of Jeremiah, which if you go back and read to the beginning of Daniel 9, that's what Daniel's praying about. Daniel is praying because Jeremiah gave a prophecy that the Jewish people would only be in captivity for 70 years. And when that did not come to pass, according to the word of Jeremiah, Daniel prayed about this. And what is the sound?
Is that what I think it was?
It sounds like a chair scooting around.
A chair? I heard something else.
Jovan, you get your mind out of the gutter. That's my job.
Ian,
Anyway,
what's the background noise that we're hearing?
Yeah, sorry. I have an asthmatic dog. He actually has an inhaler. Sometimes he gets a little wheezy.
okay.
Looks like he's
Yo,
stopped.
your
I
asthmatic
might
dog
lure
sounded
him
like
into
somebody was
another
getting
room.
cracked, bro. Okay.
Okay, so Daniel
Yeah,
was
I'm so
praying because
sorry
the
about
7
that.
years have come and gone, and God's people have not been released from captivity. So he's praying about it, and then God sends an angel to tell him it actually wasn't 70 years that Jeremiah was talking about. It's actually 70 times 7, 490 years. And it's from the so that's what he's praying about, Jeremiah's prophecy. Now, Ezra says, in the first year of King Cyrus of Persia, to fulfill the word of the Lord from the mouth of Jeremiah, the Lord stirred up the spirit of King Cyrus of Persia so that he made a proclamation. So it's the proclamation, the word of King Cyrus that begins the 490-year period. And so do you know when Cyrus made his declaration?
I do not.
589 BCE. So if we add 490 years to that, when does it get us to?
589 BC, and how many years? You said
490 years later.
490 years later. That's almost 100 BC.
Yeah, it's 40, around 40 BCE, which doesn't get you to the time of Jesus.
Sure. I think reading the numbers here, I'm even just looking at Daniel chapter 9. I feel like it's almost not even clear, at least just from Daniel, what exactly those 70, like the 62 sevens and 7. So you're saying that that's 7 times 7 years is when they say those?
70 times 7.
70 times 7? Okay.
Yeah, those 70 weeks.
Yeah, I mean,
are 70 years.
I mean, crunching the numbers, I might have to go look back and, do the number crunching myself. But is it all right if I just kind of look at, in verse between 25 and 27 and talk to you about those verses?
Yeah, sure.
So moving past the numbers, maybe we need to I need to look at what the numbers are and just verify you could be totally on point with those numbers. But I think what's interesting is once we start talking about events that are happening, where it says the anointed one will be put to death, and the ruler will come and destroy the city and sanctuary.
It actually doesn't say that.
What?
It doesn't say. It doesn't say the anointed one will be put to death. The actual. Let me pull up the Hebrew.
So what version are you preferring for when it comes to
the Masoretic text? Is what I prefer to use. The Hebrew there is simply Yikrat Mashiach Va'ain Lo, and will be cut off an anointed one. There's no definite article. Va'ain Lo, and he will have nothing. So it's not the anointed one who is put to death, but that an anointed one who is put to death or cut off. Just an anointed one.
An anointed one is, I'll agree with you there. And I guess in that case, do you have some idea of what you believe to be who that might be referencing when they say an anointed one?
The consensus of scholarship would point to Onias III, who was the high priest in the temple during the Maccabean revolt, who was killed on the altar. Right, this is right before Antiochus Epiphanes set up the abomination that causes desolation, an altar to Zeus in the temple. He slaughtered a pig on the altar of God to Zeus in the temple.
Could you say that name again? With Aconias?
Onias the third, Onias the third, and you can read their story in First and Second Maccabees. Most scholars are convinced that the book of Daniel, which was actually written not in the 6th century BCE, but in the 2nd century BCE, that all of the prophecies are pointing not to the time of the Romans, but to the time of the Seleucid Empire with the Maccabean revolt.
Interesting. Okay, well, I'm going to take a look at that. All right, and then I guess moving on to another reason for why I believe that that would have been a prophecy, I guess, would be when Jesus calls out, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" And seeing as you are quite knowledgeable on the scripture already, you probably already know where I would be going with that reference.
That's Psalm 22. So he's quoting a psalm. And by the way, like one of the functions of this, one of the functions of the Psalms is the reason why the Psalms don't get into a lot of specifics is so that people could, like, for example, if someone was lamenting, they could pray a psalm of lament. Now, however, Psalm 22 does tell us in the very first line of the psalm who the psalm is about. Because my God, Eli, Eli, lama asbatani, my God, why have you forsaken me? That's not actually the first words of the psalm. The superscription above it is actually the opening words of the psalm. La manzniach al Eliet v'shachar mizmor LaDavid, to the chief musician upon the Aleph, a psalm for David.
Yeah,
it's about King
David.
David.
It's a psalm for David. But it's interesting the parallels though that happen, that's sung about in Psalm 22, and then what Jesus is saying. Because when you look down at the sections where his hands are pierced and how they take clothes and gamble amongst themselves.
Well, there's no pierced hands in the original. There's no pierced hand in the psalm.
Sorry?
Verse 16 doesn't actually say they pierced my hands and my feet. The word used there is not dekar, which means to pierce. It's the Hebrew word ka'ari, which means like a lion. It says that they are like a lion at my hands and my feet.
Okay. Well, I'll take you on that one. There's the piercing of the side. What do you have to say about the piercing of the side then?
Not prophesied anywhere in the Hebrew Bible.
In the same psalm. We're still talking about the same psalm, that same whole chapter 22.
Psalm 22 never says that this individual
they pierced my side.
No, it doesn't say that in the psalm.
Let me read through it. Sorry about that.
The psalmist says, "I'm poured out. I am poured out like water." Yeah.
So sorry. I'm just right there. I poured out like water. All my bones are out of joint. My heart is wax. Okay. So then here's the pierce my hands and feet in 16. So you're saying in the Hebrew it's not saying pierce my hands and my feet when we get to verse 16?
Yeah, the last three words are ka'ari gedai v'reglai. They're like a lion at my hands and my feet. Also,
interesting. I'm going to go look at the Hebrew text for that then to confirm that.
Also, Psalms just simply aren't prophecies. They're just poetry written by many, maybe one, maybe even many different psalmists, generally for a specific audience at a specific time. Prophecies would be declarations of the future given by prophets.
Yeah. But I also think that even if the Psalms aren't saying this specifically that, hey, this is a prophecy, even though they're just like songs that they're singing, at least up until this point, before having conversation, it seemed at least convincing to me and interesting to me that there's this parallel that something that was sung about in the past has with Jesus having these events that are very similar to what's being sung. Of course, even if what was written in the New Testament was all just made up, they could have easily just taken and tried to write,
That is the thing, because we do have good reason to believe that the authors of the Psalms are more than of the Gospels are more than willing to make up facts about Jesus in order to make Jesus typologically fit in with some sort of type in the Old Testament. Example being in the Synoptic Gospels, Jesus is crucified on the Passover at 9 a.m. The author of John changes this so that Jesus is crucified on the preparation day of the Passover in the afternoon in order to have his death correlate with the same day and time as when the Passover lambs are sacrificed, because he believes Jesus is, quote, the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world. So yes, I'm more inclined to believe that the gospel authors are simply just making things up about Jesus in order to make him look more messianic than what he really was.
Yeah, on that last point you just made, is it right if you give me the source again for those two things?
The Synoptic Gospels.
Just for me to look back, for my knowledge. Example, so you mentioned that there was two different timing for his crucifix. I just want to know, it's cool for me to hear this, and I want to go and read for myself.
Yes, in the Synoptic Gospels, Jesus and his disciples eat the Last Supper. And what is the Last Supper?
The Last Supper, that has to do with them coming out of Egypt, right?
It's the Passover, right?
Yeah, Passover.
And when does one eat the Passover meal?
When does one eat the Passover meal? So they put the lamb's blood on the doors, and the spirit, whatever, went out through Egypt, passed over the doors. I don't remember specifically what the time is. Do they eat after that passing, like the day after, or is it
that's
on the
the
same
first
time
Passover
while that spirit's going through?
In Jesus's day, and since the time of Moses, allegedly, what happens is on the 14th day of the month of Nisan, that's the first month on the Jewish calendar, you prepare the Passover, which means you go to the temple, for example, slay the lamb, and then you take it home. And that evening, when the sun sets, that's when you eat the Passover meal. And the following whole day, which is the 15th of Nisan, is the Passover. In the Synoptic Gospels, Jesus eats the Last Supper with his disciples, and he specifically says, "Go and prepare the Passover that we may eat it." So the Last Supper is a Passover celebration. Jesus eats the supper on the evening of the 14th of Nisan. The sun sets, and the next day on the 15th of Nisan, the Gospel of Mark in chapter 15 specifically says at 9 a.m, Jesus is crucified. Now, when we go read the Gospel of John, however, the Gospel of John tells us explicitly in John 19:14 that the day that Jesus was crucified was the preparation day of the Passover, which is the day before the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke say he was crucified, and that he wasn't even crucified until the afternoon. Which is why also in the Gospel of John, the Pharisees don't want to go into Pontius Pilate's residence because they don't want to defile themselves so that they can later eat the Passover meal that night. So why does the Gospel of John, why does the author change it? Well, we do have a theme throughout John's Gospel that Jesus is the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world. There are Passover elements throughout John's Gospel. So it's quite obvious that the author is simply changing the time and date in order to make Jesus appear as if he is fulfilling some sort of typology. So when the Gospel of Matthew says that Jesus was saying, my God, why have you forsaken me?" and that people are casting lots for his garments, etc., etc., the idea that the author is simply just making these facts up in order to suit his agenda, his theological agenda, is not beyond the scope of possibility. In fact, it's probably likely based on the available evidence.
Sure. In regards to that time difference of those two, I'm curious, like, how much time difference is that exactly? Because the crucifixions, they do take a while for the people to die. I'm wondering if one marker could be saying he was crucified and talking about the start of the crucifixion, and the other one talking about like towards the
No,
end of the crucifixion.
No, so the difference would be like, for example, to use another holiday that we would be familiar with, it would be like if the Gospel of Mark said Jesus was crucified on Christmas Day at 9 in the morning, and the Gospel of John was saying he was crucified on Christmas Eve in the afternoon. And also the Gospel of John tells us that he died within only a couple hours before sunset. So he wasn't on the cross. In the Gospel of
Okay.
John, he's not on the cross on the 15th of Nisan.
Okay. Well, cool. Thanks for that. More research for me to do. All right. Well, I guess I am not going to convince you that Jesus is the Messiah based on stuff that you're providing. So I suppose I'll concede that to you if you do not agree with evidence that I provided. I suppose you don't consider it evidence, I would say.
Yeah. I would not consider the Psalms to be evidence for Jesus being the Messiah.
I suppose, would it be all right, just a quick moving off of this topic, and I guess the somewhat in the realm of topic one, God is real. I just wanted to ask you, do you know about Pascal's wager?
Yeah, 1 second. Jovan, I do have to walk my dogs. So if
Yeah,
just
you
wanna-
go. You go. I'll take
Yeah,
I'll take
I'll
the
be-
next. I'll take the next. You take your time.
Okay, I'll be back.
Ian, what is this about Pascal's wager?
Yeah, so Pascal's wager is kind of this, like, if you're a gambling enthusiast, you want to maximize like how much you make when you're gambling. And Pascal's wager is kind of in that realm of
Yeah, I know what it is. I'm just
even if you-
asking I'm just asking what your question about it is.
Oh, I suppose I'm asking you, do you guys, because it looks like you guys don't believe in a God, because number one, you're asking me to convince, is God real? I don't feel like, even though we have ideas like, we have the Big Bang theory and we have theory of evolution, but the word theory is in there. Those are our best guesses based on the premise that there is no God. It's like we say that there is no God, therefore we have to explain how did the universe come to be and how did we come to be. So we come up with the ideas of the Big Bang using what we can gather information, and it's a good idea. Same
Well,
thing
it's
with
not
evolution.
that it's not
a
that
very,
I
strong
it's not that I
idea.
say, I just want to point out here, it's not that I say there is no God because, like, when I say there's no God, I'm saying there's no evidence of a creator. There's no evidence the universe had a creator. There's not even evidence that the universe has a beginning. There's no evidence for any of these. So I'm not likely to believe the God thing without some type of evidence. And I can say, like, oh, hey, look, even if, like, we can take Pascal's wager and go, well, if God is real and I don't believe in him, aren't I screwed? But, like, I can say that same thing with, like, dragons. If I don't protect my house against dragons and one day dragons show up, I'm screwed, right? If we were to Pascal's wager everything,
Yeah.
I would have to prepare for quite literally every inevitability that could possibly happen, always. And if God is real and it turns out I die and I go to the pearly gates and it's the Christian God, well, he better pray to God that I forgive him for all the shit he did. I wouldn't want to worship that God anyway.
Yeah, and I guess that goes on topic number 2, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's interesting. If say, I don't know if you could grant me that God is good. Like, if we just say that God is good, I know that you don't believe that. But if God was good, would you feel that Pascal's wager now sort of has some, I guess, makes you feel more inclined to think, oh, maybe I should at least consider, what's my options here? What could happen to me?
No,
and
the
is it
only
worth
thing
it?
the only thing that would make me reconsider is some form of compelling evidence. Nothing else would make me reconsider. Even if the God of the Bible was a perfectly good being, that's still not enough.
So you're saying that even though we don't have a proof, there's still the chance. It could be God just isn't revealing himself. He's not showing himself.
Well, I don't
There's
believe
still
God
a
exists,
chance.
period. Right? I don't think there's a chance. But like if you're going from the agnostic perspective, you can go, yeah, there's a chance God is real. It's just I haven't been convinced I haven't been convinced of it. I think it's more than likely there is no God. There is no creator of the universe. There is no mind behind the universe. So like, yeah.
Interesting that you would say that there's no chance, zero possibility of a God.
Yeah, I think there's none.
That's interesting to me because, sorry, I don't want to take up too much of time. I know you got a lot of callers, and this has gone into another topic. I don't know what your rules are on this. Do you want me to keep
We don't have
going on
set
this
time limits.
conversation, or would you like
We
more
don't
time
have
with other players?
We don't have set time limits. All I'm going to say is like, in order for God to exist, I have to believe that there's a being that existed outside of time that created the universe. In order for the act of creation to occur, time has to occur. So right there, I'm saying God is a logical contradiction. There can't be a being that does an action outside of time because all actions require time.
Okay, then going off of that, now I'm curious as to how you're able to defend the existence of the universe based off of that, because now we're saying that the universe has no beginning. How do you get to where anything starts about what is happening in our universe?
I don't think the universe has a start. I think the universe just always has been. Now, it's been in different states. Like prior to the current state, it was the hot, dense state. Hashtag Big Bang. But like, bazinga. But I don't necessarily believe there was a beginning to the universe. I don't see why I would have any reason to believe that the universe had a beginning. Could just have always existed.
Yeah. And I would say that if I also was not a believer in God, I would have to also agree with that there is no beginning, but then I would be perplexed by that fact. Because when
Why
you
would I
think
be
about
perplexed?
like something always precedes something else. And then it starts to, I feel like it doesn't make sense that there is no like definitive starting point for events that have led up to today.
What I'm just my only question is like, what would be perplexing about the universe always existing? I'm not sure what the perplexing part of that would be.
It's kind of like, in order for us to stand on the ground, we need to have the floor beneath us. But that floor beneath us is held together by, there's the planet Earth and its gravity. And then gravity is held by, some component. And it's like you keep having to go back in to figure out where does this start? What's holding everything up?
Why? But again, wait,
Because
there's a difference. Wait. Hold on.
Look,
There's a difference between like the start of our planet and like our observable universe having a beginning, right? I believe the Big Bang most likely happened, so I believe our observable universe had a beginning. But I also know that the universe was in a state prior to the Big Bang, right? And prior to that state, it could have existed in another state, and prior to that state, it could have existed in another state. That doesn't mean that there can't be a beginning to things within the universe, but the existence of all that is, right? I have no evidence to believe that has a beginning. The only evidence I actually have is that it has always existed.
Yeah. Sorry, the point I was trying to get to with the whole standing on the ground and everything, I was talking about like there's a chain of things holding the thing above it.
Unless there's infinite and then the chain goes on forever.
Right. And I'm curious as to why you don't think that's perplexing, that there's no like bottom holding everything up.
Why would it? I just don't understand. I don't understand what like, sure. Is it a very abstract concept? Is it something that's like, damn, this is like crazy to think about? Sure, but it's not unheard of, right? If God can be infinite, why can the universe not be? right? Because all you're saying is, I find it weird that the universe can be this infinitely existing thing and has always been a constant, while at the same time going, but God would have been this infinite thing that's always been a constant. All we're doing is I'm taking the same way that you believe God as this thing, and I'm placing those exact same properties, but instead of on God, on all of creation.
Yeah, that is a fair point. And I think the difference for me when it comes to God being infinite is when we use the word God, we're saying that he's a being that has the power to do anything. I guess you might say he's got full control to do whatever he wants. And he does, like you said, he does have to exist out of time. He has to exist out of matter if he's going to create our universe. I believe that's what you said. I want to put words in your mouth. But if the universe is itself existent without something to put it there, then it begs the question, how does the universe even exist in that manner?
I would say, again, same question for God, right? The only difference is you're making the claim that, well, it's just a property of God that he can do this. Okay? It could just be a property of the universe, that it is a constant, right? Again, it's fundamentally strange to me that we can believe that God has this fundamental property, but we can't believe that fundamental property can be placed on quite literally anything else, right? Time is probably always been, right? I don't believe there could exist a moment of no time. It just doesn't. That conceptually is harder for me to believe than time always existing, right? It's harder for me to believe in no time at all.
Okay. All right then. Sorry, is this Jovan that I'm talking to?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, nice to meet you, Jovan. I really liked the conversation we had. You actually, give me a lot of things to look back on. And I appreciate you guys taking the time to, have this little back and forth.
Yeah, for
Quite
sure.
enjoyable.
Thanks for calling in.
And I would say, I don't want to be rude, but some of the other people who are coming on here claiming to be Christian and speaking, I haven't been listening too long, maybe just about half an hour. I'm a little disappointed in some of the lack of restraint in their behavior. And I just want to say to those that the next people that do come on who are listening, be respectful. Like we are representative of, we claim to be Christians. We should be representing that. And even if you don't have the knowledge of it, just admit it. And you guys have a lot of good knowledge.
I would, and hopefully, and I hope this isn't offensive to anybody listening, but I would argue like lack of self-control might be necessary for most people to be Christian or some religion whatsoever, because they need to believe in a deity who sets laws for the universe to be good people.
I will say that Christians who have self-control, that is a rarity for me. The majority of Christians I talk to, in fact, are usually worse than the ones we've had on today. This has actually been pretty tame today.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. I think by definition, when we say Christian, that means being a follower of Christ. And I think if you aren't behaving in the way that Christ has asked us to behave, I feel like that title doesn't really belong to you anymore.
I mean, I think the only way to behave in the way that, and this will be the very last thing I say, the only way to behave in the way that Christ commanded is to go full communist, get rid of all your money, get rid of all your worldly possessions, and support the poor. But Ian, thank you for calling in. If you'd like to call in another time, we hope to hear from you. But we are going to move on to the next caller. We have had a full fucking call load this whole stream. I hope you got nowhere to be. If you want to take the next call.
I don't have anywhere to be. My show doesn't start until 5, so another 3 hours. So I'm good.
I will be honest, one of these will probably not get to the very end because it's just like, you know. Let's do. Oh, I want to do this one because I haven't got to talk about this today. Coming up next to stream, we have Jacob. Jacob is calling in from Texas and would like to tell us that the Christian God is good. Jacob, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm 21 and he, him.
All right. Now, Jacob, me and Dalton are both atheists. We don't believe God is real, but if the Christian God were real, we both believe he would be holy, an evil being, one who has committed the most atrocities and destruction and unnecessary harm of all time. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Well, I believe there is evidence through the Gospels, if we read those, and all of Jesus' teachings, that if you were to follow those strictly, that it will lead you to live a better life. If we follow all, even let's say you're a secular person, agnostic or atheist, if you were to remove the first commandment and follow the other 9, I believe we could probably agree that your life would be significantly better and you'd be leading a good life with what it asks you to do.
I disagree. I mean, there are some things that Jesus taught that
So
were good.
are you saying we should murder and steal and all those things that tells us to not do?
Well, I'll tell you exactly what I mean, because there are some
hold
things
on,
that Jesus
Dalton. Before you even get there, I don't think any of this actually matters, because when we say God is good or God is bad, it would be about what God did. So it doesn't matter what I do, right? It doesn't matter even if God says, "Hey, do this," and my life becomes fruitful, if he's doing a bunch of fucked up shit. So, like, could following some of the teachings of Christ lead to a fruitful life? Sure. That doesn't mean that when God, like, you know, kills every person on the planet except for like a couple people, that he's now good all of a sudden.
Well, I'm assuming you're talking about Noah and the ark.
Yeah.
Okay, well, when you have people living for centuries doing sacrifices, rituals, with
That's
children,
not why he flooded the earth.
for hundreds and hundreds of years.
That's not why he flooded the earth. He flooded the earth because
And
humans and angels
adultery.
fornicated. Wait, hold on. He didn't flood the earth because of adultery. He didn't flood the earth because of child sacrifice. He flooded the earth because humans, according to the Bible, because humans and angels were reproducing. They were having sex and they were reproducing in a whole nother species. And he got mad about this and said, I'm going to wipe out, he specifically says, I'm going to wipe out every human from existence, except for Noah and his family. So, like, if God didn't want humans and angels to fornicate, he just shouldn't have given them compatible parts. That's on him. Like, he knew it would happen. When he created angels and he created humans, he knew
chapter and verse
they would
does it say
fornicate.
that they fornicated with angels?
Yeah, Dalton. Okay, there we go. Dalton knows it off the top of his head.
Yeah, when the sons of God came unto the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also after when the sons of God went into the daughters of humans, who bore them to children to them. These were the heroes that were of old, warriors of renown. Like Nephilim were populating
Can
the
you
world.
give me the book, chapter, and verse?
Genesis chapter 6, verse 4.
All right, let me get there real quick. I mean, that is just, it's one thing mentioned that humans did. Just because it doesn't explicitly mention every single sin committed against God does not mean that they weren't happening.
It's Yahweh's fault that happened, though. Yahweh shouldn't have made angels with like angel PPs. You know, they should have came off of the rack without genitalia.
I mean, okay. Where else would you say that God is evil and awful in the Bible?
Tons of places. Numbers, I would say Numbers 31. He's real fucked up.
Would you say it would be evil if, let's say, if you perform some sort of evil against me, and I, as a result, had your wife raped as a punishment, would that be evil, even though she didn't do anything wrong?
I'm assuming you're talking about when the Israelites came into the town and God said, "You can take
No.
the women for yourselves."
No, I'm talking about when
Which verse
David,
are you talking about?
when King David had Uriah killed to hide his sin with Bathsheba. What did Yahweh do to David as a punishment? He had David's wives raped.
What chapter and verse is this?
Yeah, let me pull it up. Let's see.
Isn't it 2 Samuel 12:11?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm pretty sure it's 2 Samuel.
You have done this in secret, but I will do this publicly. 2 Samuel chapter 12. Let's see. 2 Sam 12. And the exact passage, let's see. I think it's around verse 11, I'm pretty sure. Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. He shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. And then Absalom rapes David's wives.
Seems weird God would make that happen. At least a good God.
I'm slightly unfamiliar with this passage. My Old Testament knowledge is a little bit behind in comparison to my new. Okay, but what, like, let's go over, what about the life of Jesus? If let's just say that the truth claim here is that Jesus.
Why would
let's
Jesus,
say Jesus,
hold on, but why would Jesus existing? Why would, if, like, let's say Jesus was alive, Jesus was Messiah, Jesus was Son of God. Why would that wipe away all the fucked up shit God did? That would be like God, he never apologizes. God never goes, hey, yo, I'm sorry.
I will say this. The New Testament adds something to the narrative, which is infinitely more evil than anything God ever did in the Hebrew Bible. And that's the concept of hell. Infinite punishment for finite crimes.
I'm gonna disagree with you on this. I actually think there's something way more evil than hell in the New Testament. Heaven. Heaven is way more fucked up than hell. Heaven is the most terrifying idea, at least in the way that it's described in the New Testament and like modern Christianity. It is the most terrifying idea I've ever heard in my life.
So
what makes the non-existence of pain, suffering, and any torture or anything you can endure on earth no longer existing? What makes that horrifying?
My loss of free will.
Yeah, let's say my mom loves me very much. If anything bad happens to me, my mom would grieve. Will my mom be sad if I'm in hell?
Yes, absolutely.
But there's no sorrow in heaven. He wipes away all tears.
I mean, that doesn't mean that he doesn't weep for us. I mean, we know that if Jesus is fully God and fully human and Jesus has wept, we know that God has emotions.
Will my mother be sorrowful and weep over my eternal conscious torment?
Well, we know that Jesus wept, so I know that the Father has emotions. So I would be led to believe that
Jesus wept on earth.
Wait.
On earth.
But also, are you saying that you can be sad in heaven? Is that possible? So then it's not heaven if you can be sad there. It's not infinite, like the infinite happy, pleasurable place. If I can be sad, if I can get depressed in heaven, that's not really heaven.
The book of Revelation specifically says he will wipe away every tear from their eyes.
Or is it more likely that God wipes away the memories of all the people we loved who are in hell so that we don't become sad about them?
I believe that the latter would make more sense. That not wiping memories, but more so calming the spirit of those who are separated in terms of heaven and hell.
So then our moms wouldn't be our moms. Like if I'm in heaven and someone I love who I know I would feel sorrowful for if they're being tortured for all of eternity, and I no longer feel sorry about that, I'm not me anymore. That's not me, because I know in my state currently I would be. So God is fundamentally rewriting who we are. He has to remove our free will because we can't commit negative acts in heaven. It's impossible.
Well, you're assuming what wiping away every tear means. You're assuming that it's a wiping away memories.
Even if it's not wiping away memories,
the peace of the Holy Spirit.
Even if it's not wiping away memories, it's still fundamentally changing who I am. It is supposed to be impossible to be sad in heaven. That is not an emotion you can experience while in heaven. If there's an emotion that I know that I experience now, that I know I would experience at the thought of people I love suffering, that I can no longer experience, then I'm not me anymore. That's terrifying.
I would disagree. I believe.
Who am I?
If God didn't exist and I just sat here, I would love to never have to feel heartbreak, sadness, disgust, anything but joy for the rest of my life.
There's a whole Pixar movie about why that's a bad idea, my guy.
That is
also,
that's a Pixar movie. That's not God.
Also, if
it's
you're God and
fictional.
If you're God and you really want to get rid of everyone's sadness without damaging their free will, don't fucking keep everyone in hell for all eternity.
You make the choice to go to hell, though. God does not make that choice for you.
No, you don't. It's actually impossible, because what gets me to hell is not believing in Jesus, and beliefs aren't choices. I cannot choose to believe in something that I'm not convinced of.
Nobody is fully convinced of it. Nobody.
Well, I didn't say fully. I didn't say anything about fully. I didn't say anything fully convinced.
You did just say fully.
How vain is it to go, I have the power to convince all of you without affecting your free will, right? Because let's look at the Old Testament. God appeared to plenty of people. God made his presence known all the time. But now, all of a sudden, at the same time he creates hell, he stops doing that. Seems kind of weird, right? Like, he's like, listen, humans annoyed me so much that I'm going to create this place that is absolutely horrible, that they'll be forced to go for all eternity if they don't believe in me, but at that same time, I'm going to hide from them forever.
Yeah, and also, I never said anything about...
That's the whole point of faith. I mean, let's look at faith in other things.
Why does God need us to have faith in him? It doesn't make sense.
When you receive a bottle of pills, are you 100% certain there's not poison in that bottle of pills?
Here's the problem. Is you keep inserting this thing of absolute knowledge or absolute certainty or 100%. No one's asking for that. I didn't ask for that. When I said I need to be convinced, I didn't make the claim that I need to be absolutely convinced. I just need to be like convinced enough that I can hold an active belief in something. Like, for example, I'm convinced that the sun will rise tomorrow. And the reason is because I've just been given just sufficient evidence to warrant that belief. And I didn't choose to actively believe that thing. It's just what naturally comes about as a result of my being convinced of something. When it comes to Christianity's veracity, I don't get to just flip a switch in my brain and go, I am now convinced. Someone needs to give me a good reason to be convinced, and I don't get to choose what is convincing to me. Something is either just convincing or it's not. You're either a person who's super gullible, in which case you will just believe things with insufficient evidence, or with very little evidence, or you're a person who just holds the same standard for religious beliefs as you do for other things, in which case you just need more evidence in order to believe something. So the fact that I'm not convinced right now that God doesn't exist, and thus I will end up in hell, tells me that there's a couple of possibilities of what could be going on here. Either God is all good, so he wants me to be saved, and he's all knowing, so he knows exactly what it would take he's just not all powerful. He can't make that thing happen. So he's like impotent. Or he is all powerful and he is all good. He just doesn't know what it would take to convince me. Or he is all knowing and all powerful. He's just a dick and doesn't want me to be saved. Or God just doesn't exist.
Well, with the evidence that we have with the scriptures, as well as through apostolic succession, those are our main points of
It's not good evidence.
being able to understand the faith and have a chance at that belief that we're talking about. In the
What
same way
made-
that
What
I've
made
never
me not
seen
believe
John Adams, but I believe he lived.
when
Well,
I
yeah,
what
we have
made me
evidence John Adams is
Yeah.
real.
what the reason I don't believe is because of the Bible. It's because of how well I know the Bible. As soon as I saw that Jesus did not fulfill any prophecies, that we have no good reason to think he resurrected from the dead, that there are historical and scientific errors in the Bible, and then just internal contradictions after that, this is not sufficient reason for me to be convinced. And if anything, it makes me unconvinced.
But here's the bigger issue.
So
Here's the bigger
what
issue.
would you need to be convinced?
Well, but hold on, because right now we're arguing as if God is real, right? We're having the argument like, sure, let's say the Christian God specifically, the God of the Bible is a real being who is a real God. That creature, that thing who has done these things is evil. He quite literally can't be anything else. He has dictated these rules around the way we must live. He has said, these are my rules, and half of those rules are fucked up. Right? Like
What is a rule that's messed up?
that you can own slaves.
Yeah.
Fucked up.
That's a tolerant statement at the time describing
God
what
would
to do
God
with
would
those
no
modern
nope
day
nope 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 nope
things.
nope nope. When God provides the rules that you may own slaves, that is him giving the rules to Moses on Mount Sinai to create an entirely new society. One that there was no slaves in originally because they were all freed people. So either the Hebrews freed themselves, and within the time it took them to reach the promised land, which for some reason was 40 years, makes no fucking sense that it took them that long to get there. But in that time, they picked up slaves after having all just been freed from slavery. And then God says you can own people and you can have them as property, but that he didn't have power to say don't do, but he could tell us don't eat shellfish, don't wear two different fabrics. Those he could make outward no claims, but not don't own another person.
Well, when we see slavery and servant throughout the Old Testament, especially let's say with Abram, who was eventually called Abraham, those were willingful people to do that. We're not
Leviticus
talking about
20
people
Leviticus
against their will.
25
Against their will
Leviticus-
concept would be
Levitic-
the Moses thing
No,
with the
no, 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 no,
people
no,
trapped
no,
in
no,
Egypt.
no, 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 no.
Leviticus chapter 25 gives us explicit commands that you can go out and buy your slaves from amongst the nations. That's not someone willingly going into debt and then like it's not what's the word for indentured
Half of them
servitude.
are war criminals.
Yeah. If you
That
go to
wasn't-
war. Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead,
if
go
you go
ahead,
to
Tom.
war, you can take slaves from the people that you conquer. And again, like Leviticus 25, you can go to the nations, buy your slaves from them, and then pass them on to your kids as an inheritance. And while the English is a little bit loosey-goose and says, these you may own as slaves, the Hebrew is a bit more specific. It is from the nations that you will get your slaves, is what Yahweh says to the Israelites.
And they make a very specific point in the Bible to separate indentured servitude from slavery, because they say when it's your fellow Israelite, they are allowed to sell themselves into servitude. They can only, if they're male, they can only be servants for 7 years. You must not rule over them cruelly, and you must let them go after that 7th year. Now, the women in Israel could be sold into slavery for life, specifically sex slavery. And we know that they took sex slaves all the time because Moses takes 16,000 sex slaves. In Numbers, what is Numbers 31? He takes literally 16,000 child sex slaves. He specifically goes when they slaughter the Midianites. They bring back a bunch of boys and a bunch of women, and Moses goes, "What are you doing? Why are you doing this? No, slaughter everyone that breathes, but leave the women children alive, the virgin women children, and take them for yourself." And then God says, "Now that you did this, split those 1,600 virgin girls up, give half of them to the priests and the other half to the Israelite leaders of the army." So God not only facilitates the trafficking of 16,000 child sex slaves, but is like, "Do it, Moses, go nuts." That's a fucked up God, homie.
I mean, I need to read up more on it, but from what I know, they were not sex slaves. In terms of taking them for themselves, it's not referring to for sexual desire, but more so taking them out of that land that has been destroyed.
Why would they need to be virgins?
Keep these people alive.
Why would they need to be virgins?
Sorry?
Why did they specifically need to be virgins? They only kept the virgins.
I am not sure. I can't
It's to
answer
fuck
that
them.
for you.
It was to marry them and fuck them and produce children.
Yeah, because you don't want to fuck some other guys.
With
woman
previous
that-
previous arguments.
In the Hebrew culture, a woman you can have as many women as you want if you're a man. You just can't have a woman that's already been had by another man. So they have to be virgins.
I mean, I think with previous arguments, you were looking for very specific language, and you used very specific language before. So if it does not explicitly say that they were raped or trafficked, then you cannot make that assumption that they were.
Why didn't they? Wait, yes, we can. Yes, we can. Because that would be the only reason to keep virgins. Why didn't they keep any of the virgin boys? They specifically only kept virgin girls. They could have kept the baby virgin boys. They didn't do that. They could have kept the virgin boy toddlers. Didn't do that.
They didn't keep the women who weren't virgins. Only virgin children. And you keep them for yourselves. By the way, the fact that the heading of this section is called Division of the Booty is crazy.
Well, we also know that when you took slaves, which these would have been slaves, that were girls, they had to please the master. That is like one of the rules God gives to Moses is here's the rules for how you handle a slave that does not please you. And by please, I mean fornicate.
That's another assumption. That is what please is referring to.
What
and
else
also
do
the
you
virgin
use?
women were spared because they hadn't participated in the sin of the people that God commanded to be killed.
And neither did the virgin boys. So why kill them?
Well,
why kill virgin babies?
The Bible, the virginity of women is mentioned a lot more than the virginity of men.
Yes,
but the boys are also innocent, right? Were the boys innocent? Were the virgin boys who had never done a sin, were they innocent? And if so, why did God slaughter them?
It must have been because they had participated in that sin.
Babies? They killed babies. So the 1-year-old, like let's say there would have been tons of between age 0 and age 1 virgin baby boys. How did those virgin baby boys engage in the sin?
Where does it say that they were babies?
He says slaughter everything that breathes.
Yeah, everything. You think that there weren't any babies among the Midianites?
They just magically were a society of 0 babies. There was over, how many were, if they took 32,000 hostages and only, what was it? Only 16,000 were baby girls?
Yeah.
So do the math. Like, what is...
This is
he specifically says, Moses says, and I quote, hold on, I just want to read it. Kill all male children and kill all women who have known a man. Keep alive only the young virgin women. He specifically says the virgin women children is how they write it.
Yeah.
And this is we're referring to Numbers in Leviticus, correct?
This is Numbers 31.
Verse 17 and 18. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that has known a man by lying with him. That's the only stipulation. It's the only thing that she did wrong was that she lied with a man.
Like, don't get me wrong. I think it's wrong to commit a genocide, but if God had told Moses, like, just leave alone all the kids, leave alone all the virgin children, period. I wouldn't think that they're fucking them. Probably still were, but I wouldn't like immediately jump to fucking. But only keep alive virgin girls? Nah, they're trying to crack. And cracking virgin children is rape.
Yeah, I'm just going to need to read up more on these verses and come back to these at a different time.
Or we could just admit the God of the Old Testament was evil as shit, so that's why they wrote the New Testament, so people would believe in their God, because everybody was losing their belief in the fearful God. So they had to write a God that was
any true Christian, any priest, any bishop who is truly following God and truly reads their scripture will always make the claim that the same God of the New Testament is the same God of the Old Testament, is the same God.
But how?
We have to adhere.
His
to
nature is completely different. And one of the passages in the Old Testament says God is never changing. He never changes.
Yeah. It's crazy that God in the Old Testament says explicitly in the book of Proverbs that those who treat the guilty as if they are innocent and then condemn the just are an abomination in the eyes of the Lord. And yet the central theology of the New Testament is a righteous person is condemned as if they are evil, and all the evil people are let off as if they were just.
God changing into the form of the when we're talking about God's never changing, we're talking about his divine essence. We're not talking about his distinct person.
No, it's about his nature. It's about no. They're talking about his nature. Talking about the way God behaves. And even if you want to say New Testament God changed and Jesus changed and wiped away all of this, Jesus says verbatim, he did not come to abolish the old law and to still follow the laws of the prophets. That would be the laws that Moses gave on Mount Sinai. He says you still have to abide by these laws, which means it's still okay to own slaves per Jesus Christ.
All right. Okay. Well, I just don't think I'm going to be able to do much with this topic. I wanted to maybe ask a couple of questions regarding to number one. If that's going to take up too much time, we can move on to the next person. But
I mean, nobody's booted you yet, so do ask what you want to ask.
So, regardless of our understanding of whether God is good or not, with the design and order of the cosmos, it suggests a creator.
No, it doesn't.
How does it not?
How does it? I don't see any order in the universe. All I see is what is. Order. When you say that the universe has a design and order, you're presupposing a mind in that sentence, right? You're saying there's no possible way any of this could have happened without a mind, but that there's no evidence of that whatsoever. There's actually more evidence in cosmic coincidences.
The decibel number that Earth was placed in the perfect Goldilocks zone of a star and then
Earth was not.
Life,
wait. Do you know how large the Goldilocks zone is? It's fucking huge. Earth didn't just magically get into like the 1 meter square that will. The Goldilocks zone is what is it, like 20 million miles? Hold on, let me look at how large it is.
We literally move millions of miles every year. And not only that, but how many, okay, we're just one solar system. How many stars are in the Milky Way galaxy alone? Over 200 billion. And then there are billions of galaxies on top of that. As long as the number is not zero, absolute zero, it doesn't matter how small the number is of how unlikely.
It's 37 million miles, by the way.
There you go. 37 million miles. That's so much wiggle room. It's not really all that fantastic when you consider the numbers.
We've
that we're
also
dealing with here.
seen other planets that are in their own hospitable zones. We've seen them. We know they exist. We just haven't seen the life yet, but that can be explained by a million things. If other species are just ignoring us because they look at us and they go, "What the fuck?" If
Yeah,
other species just don't engage in like what is the paradox called where it's
Fermi.
like the Fermi paradox, where they just don't engage in species that haven't reached a specific threshold yet. We don't know how many other planets have life in it yet, but we know that we aren't magically in some amazing. And even if we were, like, let's say like, oh shit, we ended up in just the perfect spot. Perfect. It took billions of years for that to happen. Eventually, just by sheer happenstance, if I have a universe that's constantly moving for a billion years, billions, more than a billion, but for billions of years, eventually that's going to happen, right? It will just eventually, like, you put a monkey in front of a typewriter for an infinite amount of time, you're eventually going to get Shakespeare.
Yeah. I mean, like, also when it comes to like the universe could be teeming with life as far as we know. To say that to say we know for a fact it isn't would be like taking a glass and dipping it in the ocean and going, "Yep, no whales," because we've barely scratched the surface of even our galaxy.
But any list of creation, you can go down causality and the reaction of anything. When you go further and further back with what caused this, okay, then you go to what caused the thing that caused
It's
that. When you
infinite.
keep going down the line of causation, there eventually has to be something that created all of that was not created itself.
Why?
Wait. So I have to believe everything has a cause except God. Why do
Yes.
you get to pass the buck on causality, but I can't just believe the universe didn't have a cause? Why does there have to be one extra layer of cause?
Because science teaches us that everything has a cause.
No. Science teaches us
The
that
universe
everything
would have had
no.
to have been it had to
Science
have come
teaches
from
us
something. The
no.
universe doesn't just pre-exist.
Science teaches us that everything we know of has a cause. It does not teach that everything has a cause. Time wouldn't have a cause, right? As far as we know, space, like, between us doesn't have a cause. Like, all it teaches us is that these things that we know of have a cause. But again, you then say, here's something paranormal, something supernatural that is above those properties. Why can't the universe be the supernatural thing that's above those properties and just have always existed?
Because everything has as a Christian, we believe that God is not created and that everything else after was created. And it just,
Yes.
anything that
I
we
would
see
just
that is
say
created
I believe the
has a
universe
cause.
was. I would say the universe wasn't. Well, yeah, I would just like the universe wasn't created. Easy. Well, just
It's always been
was.
here.
Okay,
In
how
different
can you
states.
okay, well, in the same way that people defend God, how can you defend that the universe wasn't created?
In the exact same way.
I've never been given a good reason to think the universe was created. So, like, the default position is that it wasn't. Like, you can't get something from nothing.
I would go a step further, Dalton. I would just say, like, if we're going to talk about cause and we're going to talk about first cause, right? First cause makes no sense if you are outside of time. And the only way to create the universe is to create time at the same time. And the only way to create anything is to do an action, and actions can only exist inside of time. So if actions can only exist inside of time, and creation is an action, how can something create with no time?
Yeah, first is a temporal
Well,
designation.
you're basing this off of our concept of time. Concept changes in different regions of our universe. Time
existing
wherever you go.
Time is relative to where you are, to how fast you're moving, things like that. But there is nowhere in the universe time doesn't exist. It's just the speed of said time is relative.
Right, but you're basing these things off of our concept of time,
That's all we have.
from what I'm hearing, at least.
So now I have to
Yeah,
try to make up some new concept of time. Like
Yeah.
it's so much. Like you have to do so much legwork now just to get to. Sorry, Dalton. I've been talking a lot. You talk.
No, I was just saying, like, if God there's another version of time that God is subject to, then where did that time come from?
Well, God isn't subject to a different side of time. He's outside of time. He's not bound to any.
Okay, but wait. But
You
look,
can't do anything.
how can you do like if I'm going to create something, the act of creation, whether the time it takes to create it is minuscule, we can go down to the microsecond. It would still take time to create it. And actions can only occur within time. So either God has his own time in which he can perform actions, which again, like Dalton said, how was that created? Or he's able to fundamentally do something that should be physically impossible. And as much as I understand the idea that God is omnipotent, omnipresent, and omnipotent, you can't do an action if there is no time. You're frozen.
I might add, you don't have to bite this bullet, dude. You can just say that God exists within the cosmos in some way, because the Bible never once states that God exists outside of space and time. Never once.
He's not bound by time. We know that he's not bound by time, though.
It doesn't say that either in the Bible.
I could do a God. It would make sense if you're like, well, he does exist in time. He exists in all of time at once. So he can just live in all time. That still makes more sense than I can do an action without time, right? But then we come to what made the universe. It only makes sense to me if time has always been. It's the only way conceptually that anything can occur. Let me ask you a question. God exists outside of time. Let's say God is just chilling. Can God have a thought? Can God have a complete thought from start to finish?
I wouldn't be able to know that.
But you know he exists in his own state of time?
Well, I mean, I agree with that. He lives in all time at the same time. We'll go with that. That, yes.
Okay, so then great. So then now it's just like, who created time? Or has time just always existed?
I mean, I believe that God created everything, including time.
That means there was a moment, not moment, because we're talking about time. That means there was a state of everything where time did not exist. Unless God and time came into existence at the exact same time, but then it's like, who created them?
At the same what?
Sorry, you go, Dalton. I keep talking too much. I want to give you a chance, so I apologize.
This belief in a God who is spaceless and timeless is not a biblical. This is not the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible exists within the cosmos and is subject to time. Why do you believe this thing if it's not in your holy book?
I mean, I may have just stumbled over my words. I'm a little nervous because I've never debated, but yeah, I need to do more research.
I think what's happened, and this is quite typical, especially if you're in like more traditional branches of Christianity, is that you believe in a God for sure, but it's not really the God of the Bible. Jacob, it's not really the God of the Bible. You believe in this post-philosophical innovation where the early church basically took Plato's prime mover God and then took Yahweh from the Bible and then mashed them together to create a new deity. But it doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't comport with what the Bible says about God either.
I mean, I believe in the current Christian God and in Jesus and how he came in the form of man, all that stuff. I mean, yeah, you guys got me on the time thing. I got tripped up there.
Well, I don't think it's your fault. I think it's something that like Christian apologists have not thought up a good answer for. They haven't been able to apologetics their way out of the time thing. Because like again, I think God existing within all time, that's fine. Like I don't have any, I mean, I have issues obviously with like the physical practicality of that, but like that at least I can go, if there's a deity, that's more plausible than time doesn't exist, but I can do things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why, just to loop it back to what we were saying, that's why I would say it's a physical impossibility for God to exist, at least in the way he's described by Christians.
You'd be better off in believing in a deity that exists within the cosmos and is just eternally coexistent with the cosmos.
Yeah, like, if I'm looking at all the gods, right, I think my favorite version of God is from that, I think it was an Isaac Asimov short story, where God is just the singularity of humans, and then when the singularity happens, the universe resets. And so now there is a God in whatever version of the universe you're in. But I just think it's so much easier to just be like, the universe has always been here. In whatever state, it's just always existed. And we have no reason to believe it hasn't. I don't think we have a reason to believe time hasn't always been here.
Alrighty. Well, I appreciate y'all's time. I definitely have to do some more research, and maybe I'll come back on sometime. But I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for calling in, Jacob. If you want to call again someday, feel free.
And we appreciate your
All
time.
right, you guys take care.
Your infinite time. Chat, we only have about 40 minutes left of stream, and there are still 3 callers in the queue. I don't know that we're going to get to office hours, so we'll at least try to read the couple of super chats we got towards the end. But we're going to try to get through each of these last calls. I am going to close the lines here. It has been we have had a full day of debates. So, shout out to Dalton. This one should be fast, I'm hoping. So let's just do this one quick. Hopefully they were listening to the previous call. So coming up next is going to be Finn. Finn from Rhode Island. Finn, can I just get your name, your age and pronouns, please?
Yeah, can you hear me, guys?
Yep.
All right. 25, he, him.
Now, please, Finn, you want to talk about the Christian God being good? Please tell me you listened to the last call, because I feel like if
Yes,
you
sir.
did, then we
was,
we shouldn't have a lot to talk about. Do you have an argument? Do you have a differing argument from like what we just went through that would be compelling to convince us that the Christian God is good?
Yeah, so I've always, first of all, I'm not Christian. I was raised Christian. And when I was younger, I always was confused by a lot of things I read in the Bible, because I thought it was crazy to have this obviously evil guy who's drowning people to save this one family, also be the beneficial all being that is the most righteous in the land. So that being said, I have always taken it as, the Bible and a lot of these teachings are such old stories, and obviously are a conglomeration of so many people's writings and beliefs that it's hard to say that they have one true real identity for this capital God.
All right, let me just to pause you there. Let me just walk through something.
Yeah.
When I don't believe the Bible is real. I don't believe any of the claims the Bible makes to be real. I don't believe the Bible the actions of God in the Bible are real. But just so that we're understanding on something, in having the conversation, is the Christian God good? I adopt the Christian worldview, which means I need to adopt the Bible in its entirety. So like
That's
when
fair.
I have that conversation, it's just like, let's pretend God is real. Would he be evil? So if the contention is like, well, the book is all these stories, so we know it's not real. Well, then yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. So the topic would only be if you want to have the conversation from within the worldview that Christians believe.
I think it's just to believe in the Bible in its entirety. I mean, maybe I was also just a bad Christian while I was in the belief, but I think that there is a strong argument where the values of most modern religions teaches you to be a good person, and in the Holy Trinity, where if we want to talk about the New Testament specifically, with Jesus Christ, following in his footsteps, I think there are solid values, and he is a representation of God on earth.
The problem is if I'm gonna go that route, the issue becomes which parts of the Bible do we believe and which parts do we not believe. So if I'm gonna sit here and go, well, the Bible is a collection of stories, and some of them are real and some of them aren't. Like, okay, I can just make there's no way to know. The only way to operate under the belief of God, at least the Christian God, is that the Bible is 100% true. Any other way to operate, you have to make concessions to you don't know what God said and what he didn't. And at that point, I would say throw the whole thing away because I can't know.
Yeah, just take the Secular Humanist Manifesto and you're good to go. You don't have to believe any of the supernatural nonsense.
I think that's fair. I mean, I personally do not believe a lot of the Bible is true. I think there are some bits and truths and gems in there. I'm just more so in the belief system that God as an entity, just thinking, of strictly without the Bible, without, thinking just the basis of the religion, if you get down to the nitty-gritty of it, is a positive belief system. There's so many, I mean, even every single parish, they're going to give you
but I'm not talking about I don't care about the what you believe as a Christian. Like when I talk about God being evil, it's about his actions specifically. Her actions in the Bible are what lead me to believe that they are evil, right? So if it is the case that God has done the flood, that if God sent his only son to be tortured and killed, like, that's evil. Because God could have just forgiven our sins with the fucking snap of a finger. Instead, he's like, nah, in order to do this, brutally murder my child. So yeah, no, I don't necessarily know that we have a lot of contention here, Finn, because we both just believe the Bible's stories. And like I said, if those stories were real, God's fucked up. If they're not real, which we all believe, then it doesn't matter because God's not real.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, fuck. Hey, I guess he's an evil bastard then. I don't know what to say.
W.
Hope you guys have a good day, and, thought we could get down to, a different side of it, but, hey, man, hope you guys have a good one.
All right, and I'm sorry you waited 2 hours for a 5-minute call, but...
No, that's good.
Things happen. All right, let's... we got 2 more calls to get through, and then we can knock out some super chats. We're not going to have time for office hours because we just had a lot of fucking calls, and I know you guys would prefer calls over office hours. But I'll schedule an office hours tomorrow when we finish with me and Alex, so you'll have that as long as we don't have an infinite number of calls like we did today. Let's take the next call. I'm gonna say this so wrong. Coming up to stream is Ephraim. Ephraim is calling to talk about Christianity being true. Ephraim, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Yeah, you actually got it correct. 36, and I'm male.
Okay. I'll ask the question again. Your pronouns. I didn't ask what your sex was.
That has some supposition in the question itself.
It sure
I
doesn't.
don't believe that they can be different than what
Really?
you actually
I
are
don't.
sexually.
I don't. Can you just answer the question? Like, golly.
Ephraim, does God have a pee-pee?
I would refer to a male as he.
No.
if
So
that helps you.
Ephraim, does God have a big old God dong? Does he have a God dick? Is he a biological male?
I don't think there's any way that we would know that one way or the other.
Do you think it's even you think it's possible God has a genitalia? God the Father
God
has
slanging that
genitalia.
shit around. Yeah.
I can't know the nature of that other than it would suggest yes, because it is said that God made us in his image and then made women out of us. And so if we were in his image, then I would suggest possibly yes.
It says that man and woman were made in God's image. So is God
has both?
He made them in his image.
Where exactly are you referring to that?
Genesis 1:27. God made humankind in his image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them.
But it also says that he made Adam first, and then he made Eve.
No, that's
and
in another.
So
that's in the other.
That's why I'm saying you can't necessarily say one way or the other, because when someone is born, they look very similar, other than their genitalia.
Ephraim is God a human?
So we can't say he is or doesn't have.
Ephraim is God a human?
Sorry, my headset just died. What?
Is God human?
God the Father.
No.
Specifically.
Okay.
I would think not.
So
I
he
can't
has no
know
need,
for sure.
So he has no
obviously,
need
but
for human anatomy because he's not a human. So God having a penis makes no sense because he doesn't have sex because he's not human. Right?
I don't see how it's germane to the conversation.
You don't?
Other
Dalton,
than
Dalton,
if you're just trying to
you
rile
don't
me
see
up or something.
you don't seem to
Like,
understand that even though the majority of Christians would confess that God is incorporeal, that's like classical Christianity right there, classical theism. God is incorporeal, and yet you refer to him as a God. I mean, listen, if God can say I am he,
God's not male.
Are you just better than God? You can't give us your pronouns when God can?
How come God can have pronouns and when he's not a male? If sex and pronouns are synonymous.
I don't believe that God was dealing with a ideology that was.
That's great. We're not dealing with an ideology either. It was just a
that.
question that you didn't want to answer.
The fact that you're asking me on its own stipulates, and not accepting male as an answer to the question.
Well, I would hold on. Whoa. I would accept male if wait, Ephraim, stop trying to preach. Stop trying to preach. I'd accept male if male was one of the 111 pronouns in the English language, but it's not. Like just basic grammar. I asked you a very specific question at the start of the stream. Now, here's the fun part about the pronoun question. If someone is incapable of answering a base level question, one of two, that is asked of you at the start of stream, why should I believe you're going to be good faith in the entire rest of this conversation? We've been going for 5 minutes. It would have been way quicker for you to just be like, he, him.
You talked over it.
No, I said, what are your pronouns? And you said male.
If I were to give the pronouns of a male, I would say he.
You did not say that at first.
If I was to refer to a male.
You did not say that at first.
I said if I were to refer to a male, I would say he.
No, you just said I'm male. When I asked you the question the first time, you just said I'm male.
Yes, and then when you guys pushed back on it, I said, if I were to refer to a male, I would use the pronoun he.
You just now said that. That was the first time you said that in this whole conversation. To be clear, if Jovan
you can roll the VOD back. I did say that before.
If Jovan would have asked, "What is your sex?" then you could have given the answer male, but male's not a pronoun. So just answer it. Just gird your loins, and tell me, what are your pronouns?
I am a male, and thus they are he.
There we go. All to avoid seeming like you're gay, right? You just got to avoid the gay way. Like, I'll do pronouns, but not in that gay way.
Got nothing
Not in
to do with gay.
not in that gay way you guys be using pronouns. Now, Efren, that we've come to the
It has
conclusion
nothing
that
to
you
do
are...
with gayness, but
Sure, it
whatever.
doesn't. Now that we've come to the conclusion that you are a he, him, and you are 36, and you're calling in, why should we believe Christianity is true? Convince us.
Well, I think something that is... Sorry, your show started playing in the background. I think that something that is evident towards that is the fact that it's the most persecuted religion on the planet at the moment. And
why would that be
generally
evidence
speaking,
of
throughout
its,
history.
why would that be evidence of Christianity's truth claim? All that's
That would
evidence of is that Christianity is a religion.
And that's annoying to a lot of people, apparently.
Well, with it being so vastly outweighed in the representation in the violent acts against it, as well as the suppression of it, that suggests that there is something different about this religion than all the others. Now,
It's the most
I
annoying. It's the
bet
most
that you would
annoying
say that
in
that
Amer-
is
It's the
that
most
it's
annoying in America,
false.
and therefore people. What you actually also I guarantee you that what you're referring to as persecution is just that we are now giving Christianity the same treatment that we have given other people of religions, that you no longer have like a privileged position in society as you used to, and that's what you're designating as persecution. But again, that just means that there's a lot of people who believe in a religion and a lot of people who don't. And that's it. It doesn't tell me whether or not Christianity is true.
Well, and a question I have on that, Dalton, does this mean that during the Crusades, when Christians were killing Muslims and Jews indiscriminately, that like Islam and Judaism were the real true religions?
Yes.
It's just dependent on whatever religion is being persecuted at the time?
That would seem.
I don't have numbers in front of me of that point in time, but I'm talking about right now that that's the case.
But
yeah,
and
so again,
I don't mean just like, oh, they were mean to them or something like that. I mean, I'm talking about like murder.
Yes, the Crusaders
1
were
to 3 million
murdered.
1 to 3 million non-Christians were killed in the Crusades.
Yeah,
what about the Holocaust? What about
1
the
to
Holocaust
3
when
million non-Christians were killed in the Crusades?
What about the
So
40s when Jewish people were the most persecuted and dying in droves? What about that? Was Judaism real in the 40s? Was Judaism real in the 40s when millions of Jewish people were being killed?
Judaism is the Old Testament. I've not said that Judaism was not real.
No, if Judaism is true, then Christianity is not true. Judaism says that the Messiah has not yet come and that no one has fulfilled prophecies about the Messiah. If the most persecuted religion at a time is the true religion, then that would mean that during the Holocaust, Judaism was true and therefore Christianity was false.
There are Messianic Jews, for one thing. And another thing is if Jesus was not the fulfillment of Judaism, then why were the blood sacrifices of lambs and such no longer necessary after him?
They were never, first and foremost, they were never necessary, because if a God is all good and all powerful, then he can just forgive you of your sin. Secondly, the reason why Jewish people no longer offered sacrifices in the temple, quite simply, was because the Romans fucking destroyed the temple. Like, if it's like asking, like, what if your bed is useful, why don't you sleep in the bed? Well, someone came in and fucking destroyed my home. Like, of course, Jewish people no longer offer sacrifices. There's no temple, and the only place you're allowed to offer your sacrifices are in the temple. But while Christianity was around for 40 years after Jesus' death, Jewish people were still offering sacrifices in the temple until it was destroyed in 70 CE.
I think that analogy is flawed because it's more like asking if someone was living in a house and then their house was destroyed, they built another house and then started sleeping in the living room, asking, well, why are you not sleeping in your bed?
And Jewish people are currently working on trying to rebuild the temple so they can reinstitute the sacrificial system, because it's still, in Judaism, it's still considered like necessary.
I still just want to know why people being persecuted means that the claims that Christianity makes about the truth, like, makes them real. Like, what? Because you're persecuted, that means Jesus was a Messiah? That doesn't make any sense.
So
Muslims were persecuted.
Well, I'm just saying that
they
it
strung up
indicates that
Muhammad's.
there's something different about the religion than the other religions.
No, Christianity is like almost every other religion. It's been persecuted at times, and it's done persecution at times.
So per year, there's about 90,000 Christians killed because of their faith. Every
Right
year.
now, like I said, at
Currently.
times Christianity
You
is
add that
persecuted.
up,
At
that's
times,
more than the
others are
amount
persecuted.
that
Again,
At times.
Again, this doesn't tell us whether or not Christianity is true. It just means that there's a lot of people who don't seem to like Christians. And why they might not like Christians could be for a variety of reasons. And if you're just going to sit here and go, well, it's because they all know it's true and they're just trying to suppress the truth and their unrighteousness. Well, that's a bullshit claim that you're going to have to give me good reason to believe. Otherwise, it's just because for whatever reason in these countries, Christians are being killed for a variety of different reasons. That doesn't tell us whether or not its claims are true. It could just be that they're all wrong and people are just killing them for reasons. And I don't agree with killing Christians. I think that you have the right to practice whatever religion you want in this country, so long as you're not hurting other people. But like, that doesn't tell us whether or not Christianity is true. What would make Christianity true was if
Why
Jesus
do we
resurrected
not
from the dead,
see
or whether or not Jesus fulfilled
death
prophecies.
in other religions? If it's just that they don't like them and it's because they're false, right?
Wait,
like
again,
have you ever heard of
then why do we not
hold
see
on.
massive amounts of Indians dying because of Hinduism or vice versa?
We've seen massive amounts of Jewish people die for being Jewish. Way more.
Yes,
if you're going to take the
I
numbers
agree.
if you're going to take the projected numbers of Christians dying per year, which is between 4,000 to 6,000, how many years would you have to go to reach the number that was killed during the Holocaust of Jewish people?
I would have to look up the numbers. I don't know off the top of my head.
How many Jewish people were killed in the Holocaust?
How
6 million, bud.
Jews died in...
You don't know how many Jews were killed in the Holocaust?
Reports are somewhere between 5 to 6 million.
So you have 4 to 6,000 per year. Let's just say 5. So 5,000 Christians per year versus
I didn't
6
say 5,000. I said 90.
That's the number. The number is not 90,000. The best supported estimates right now are 4 to 6. So wherever you're getting 90, you're pulling
Where
that
are
out your
you
butt.
getting that from?
Yeah, I'll give you a direct source for that. That's going to be from it's a CSGC estimate from Gordon Conwell Theological Seminary. That's where they provide the estimate there. So their estimate is between 4 to 6,000 per year. 5 to 6,000 per year. Let's just say take 5 to make it easy for us. 5,000 per year to equal the amount of Jewish people that died within the span of what? How long was the Holocaust? 5 years?
Mm-hmm.
That would take literally 1,340 years to even get close to the number of Jewish people killed in the Holocaust.
And that's
Christianity's
just the Holocaust.
only been around for 2,026 years. So this idea that Christianity is the most persecuted religion is a farce.
For the majority of the past 2,000 years, Christianity has held the most privileged seat at the table when it comes to religions in the West. And And like I said, that's just the Holocaust. Christians have been killing Jews for a long time. Martin Luther had a lot to say about Jewish people that resulted in a lot of anti-Semitic killing at the hands of Christians, of Jewish people.
We are getting very different numbers here. When I look at things like Open Doors, they have very different numbers, as well as the Esther Project, World
What's their
Christian
methodology?
Database,
What's their
Gordon
methodology?
Conwell Resources. They are all
what's
much
their-
higher
what's their
even than the
methodology?
numbers I previously gave.
What is their methodology?
I'm not
Because the
sure
number
off
that
the
they
top
get
of
for the
my
90,000, the 90,000 comes from a 2013 study that was done by the Center of Global Christianity, in which they counted people who were killed in wars, in ethnic conflicts, and in other situations across the globe. All they did was count the amount of Christians dying, not the amount of Christians who died because they were Christian, just the amount of Christians who were murdered. That would be a false number. Open Doors specifically reports the 4,000 to 6,000 number claim. So I don't believe just because you die in a conflict means you're being killed because you're being persecuted for being Christian.
Sure, if that's how they calculated the number. I, again, cannot say because I'm not prepared with the methodology that they had. I don't debate regularly, so I don't have prepared materials to be able to say how they got to their numbers.
Sure, I'll
But,
tell you how. They counted a bunch of deaths between, what was the year? They did it between a specific year, a specific time period too. They didn't even say that this, like, they just looked at between X time and X time. I don't remember what specifically it was, but like the actual, oh yeah, it was between the years of 20,000 and 2010s. They took an estimate and they said it looks like
that's
around
the most of
90,000
what
roughly
I'm
per
seeing.
year.
But the numbers that I'm seeing that appear to be calculated that way that you're speaking of are 160,000 to 1,000-ish, or 100,000-ish. Not
What?
the 90.
From where? What are you talking about?
I mean, for that's the number you're talking about, the total target.
Yeah. But like I said, they're just rounding based on an average. But like I said, it's more likely that it's 4,000 to 6,000 people, in which case it would take 1,300 plus years to reach the number of Jewish people killed in the Holocaust. So I just think it's laughable when people tell me that Christianity is the most persecuted religion when Christians have free range to practice their religion almost everywhere.
And again, persecution does not equal veracity or validity of religion. What would make Christianity true would if you could demonstrate Jesus was the Messiah or that he resurrected. But when he doesn't fulfill even a single prophecy, we have no good reason to think he resurrected. It doesn't matter how many Christians get persecuted. It doesn't make the religion more likely to be true.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what I said the other claim that I was going to be because I waited so long. What was the other claim I made?
You said in the call to the in the notes you said something about cults.
About how cults will try to involve Jesus to bring legitimacy to themselves.
My reason there led in towards that. That's why it was ringing a bell in my brain when you said that. Is that almost every cult and a lot of other religions will try to somehow make a claim that Jesus is part of their religion.
Only one other
which
religion
is part of what
Christianity, Islam, and that's because it's like a branch, basically a branching of Christianity and Judaism. And again, that's if a cult uses Jesus and their religion, it's because either the person in the cult legitimately believes in Jesus in one form or another, like Mormonism, or the Jehovah's Witnesses because they really do believe in Jesus, or it's because Christianity is the most privileged religion in the West, and therefore, if you really want your religion to be taken very seriously, and you want to attract as many people as possible, well, attract Christians, and they believe in Jesus.
So, like, if we look at, you mentioned Islam, obviously. Hinduism even says that he was a guru in Hinduism. They make a claim that during a period of time, he went to India and then went back.
There's not a single word about Jesus in the Bhagavad Gita, the holy text in Hinduism. There's nothing about Jesus in the Pali Canon of Buddhism.
I'm looking right here on the BBC's website, their own website, that that has been claimed by large portions of people.
This is a fringe position. The idea that Jesus
I would normally say that
India,
BBC would be biased against, but
this is a fringe
and then
position.
in Buddhism, there's a similar claim.
This is a fringe position. It's not the official position of either the Hindu religion or Buddhism, and neither holy text once mentioned Jesus of Nazareth.
I haven't studied these religions very well internally, so I don't know what they claim internally. All I know is what I've heard from them externally.
The books were written before Christianity was even invented.
I'm just telling you what I've seen people claim in favor of those other religions.
All that tells me again, though, is that Christianity is a very popular religion, and that people are attacking on to Jesus in order to make their religion more attractive. Doesn't mean it's true. Popularity, and by the way, this is kind of like almost the opposite of the point you're making. At first, you're making the point that Christianity is very unpopular, therefore it's persecuted. Now it's Christianity is super popular and everyone wants to adopt it, and therefore it's true. Neither the popularity nor the unpopularity of a religion.
Jesus.
It doesn't matter. Jesus is popular.
Specifically.
Doesn't matter. Jesus was popular. If he didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, he is not the Messiah. And if we have no good reason to think he rose again from the dead, then the religion is dead in the water as well.
Well, I've heard the arguments you were having with others about raising from the dead, and I can see I won't convince you on that. I think people who are professionally theologians might be able to have a better conversation with you on that. But I just don't know enough of the nitty-gritty details on things.
Professional
for
theologian.
That, but
I know a lot of Christians think this, but professional theologians and apologists are no better at arguing these positions than the average Christian that comes on TikTok.
I wouldn't say than the average, but then some, yes. Some theologians are quite bad, but there are theologians who do know a lot more about that than I do.
They might have more information, but their information is no better.
Well, if all information is discarded, then it doesn't matter what the information is at the end of the day. If you're just not
discarded, it's not discarded. It's dismantled. There's a difference. I don't just take Christian apologist claims and just chunk them out the window. I assess them, and when they fall short, they get dismantled by reason and evidence.
I mean, a lot of what I've heard with some of the other discussions, some of it, sure, you have dismantled what people have said, but in other cases, when you couldn't, it was just dismissed.
I'm sorry. Can you be specific? Can you be specific to what
another topic?
Can you be specific to what we just ignored and moved on from? Because we have addressed
saying you
everything.
did that with us, with me.
No, can you give me an example of us doing that to anybody today?
I was not keeping notes.
Because I'm gonna tell you, bud.
Not off the
I
top of
talked
my
to
head.
talked to a lot
Yeah.
of Christians today. Your arguments have been one of the worst arguments in favor of Christianity. So if you think I'm like, if I didn't dismiss anything you said because we addressed everything you said head on. It just weren't very good arguments.
All right. Well, you can have a good day.
You too.
Damn, you hurt his feelings at the end there. Holy shit. He was hurt. I finally found the good way to put our cameras next to each other, and I didn't do it till the damn near end of stream.
You've been fiddling with it the whole time. It's been making me laugh.
Yeah. But I finally got this. Looks great. I finally I found what looks good. Hopefully, we can both be seen. Final call of the day. It's been a fucking fun stream, though, Dalton.
Yeah.
I've had fun today.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take this last call, and then we'll do some housekeeping, read some super chats, and that'll be it for us. So, coming up next on the stream, we have David. David calling from North Carolina. David is going to convince us that Jesus was resurrected. David, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
So my age is 51, and I'm going to provide you my pronouns, but before I am, so you and I are going to have a conversation. At what point would you use my pronouns in our conversation?
David, there are
How is that
literally over 1,000 people watching this stream right now. The pronouns aren't just for me and you, fam. It's all of the people watching the stream.
Why all of them? I'll just anyone. I'll use he, she, and all day. I'll use all of them.
Great, no problem. This is David. It's going to talk to us about Christ's resurrection. Now, David, me and Dalton are two atheists. We do not believe in the resurrection of Christ. Do you have evidence that Christ was resurrected that would be compelling? And if so, what is it?
Yes. Do you mind if I pray first?
No.
Yes.
I mean, why don't you just do what Jesus said and go pray in your closet and not on the street corners? That's all the
be led and guided by your spirit. Okay. So Jesus' resurrection. First of all, Jesus was resurrected into a spiritual world or spiritual realm. So in order to have any physical evidence, it would be impossible. The only physical evidence of Jesus not being resurrected. Let me ask you this question: do you think Jesus existed, was real, was alive, and walked the earth at some point in time?
Yes,
I'm fine. I'm fine saying yes to have the conversation.
I will say
no. You can't.
You
don't be disingenuous.
That's not disingenuous.
I will say.
Go ahead, Dalton.
You are a little bit in opposition to what the Gospels say, though, because it says that Jesus was resurrected physically, and he walked around in the Galilee physically, not into a spiritual. He didn't go. He didn't enter into heaven until after his ascension.
He was resurrected and ascended into an eternal realm. Did you believe that? Do you know, based on historical evidence, that Jesus lived, existed, walked the earth, so on and so forth?
It's plausible.
Okay.
Let me just hold on. Let me just cut this at the head. We have no contemporary evidence that Christ existed. So when we say it's plausible, if you say wow like that, it tells me you either don't know what contemporary means or you have never opened a history book in your life.
Okay. What do you mean contemporary? Okay, define contemporary, like the last 100 years to what?
See, you don't know what contemporary means. That's why, like, it's so crazy to me to be like,
define. Wow. Let's have a conversation. Define
at the same time as Jesus being alive, con tempus, saint with time.
So we have no evidence of Christ. Nobody wrote about Jesus when he was alive. Not a single soul wrote about Jesus Christ while he was alive.
Why would they? We have the accounts. We have the eyewitnesses.
No, we don't. We have zero written down eyewitness testimony of Christ.
Okay, so what are the four gospels?
The four gospels
written by a bunch of dudes that did not meet Jesus.
According to who?
Our oldest. Okay, first and foremost, let's take for example the gospel of Matthew. Where does the Gospel of Matthew ever claim to be an eyewitness testimony to the life of Jesus?
Matthew was written as a secondhand account from the disciples.
No, because again,
Disciples didn't write it.
where does the Gospel of Matthew ever claim to be written by a disciple of Jesus?
Okay, we have Paul who wrote about Christ's resurrection.
20 years after Paul wrote about Christ 20 years after he died. Paul never meets Jesus. Paul never met Jesus. He literally says he never met Jesus. He had a vision of him when he was fucking dehydrated in the desert.
Okay. Here's the evidence. Paul was he was a religious zealot. And he became arguably, while there's no higher or lower in the kingdom, he became one of the greatest Christians that have ever lived. Why?
Because he had a near-death experience in the desert where he felt immense guilt for killing a bunch of Christians, and in his altered mental state, while he was damn near death, he saw a vision, a hallucination of Christ, because that was his guilt manifesting, and so he said, if I get out of this, I'll devote my life to Christ, and he did.
And
and also, real quick, quick, bud. Also, the reason why Paul became the most quote unquote important Christian in Christian history is because the rest of the disciples mostly preached to a Jewish audience, and Christianity did not catch on with Jewish people. But you know who it did catch on with? The Gentiles. Who was Paul's audience? Gentiles. So the reason Paul is the most important Christian in Christian history is because the vast majority of Christians throughout Christian history have been non-Jews, and it just happened to be that Paul's specific sect of Christianity is the one that won out in the end.
But he had to get the approval from Peter. He met with the apostles, and the apostles signed off on his conversion.
Paul said he didn't care what anyone else. Paul said he didn't care what other people said. That flesh and blood. First and foremost, he says that flesh and blood. He did not receive his revelation about Jesus or anything about him from flesh and blood. And whatever the pillars of the church were, that they meant nothing to him. That's what he says.
No, he didn't. Why did he meet with Peter? He met with Peter. He met with the apostles.
He met with him, but he didn't. Paul would have done what he did.
Why would he even meet
Peter.
with him if he didn't care? He cared because he understood the structure of the church. Peter was the rock that the church was built upon.
There was no structure of the church in the early years.
There was what?
There was no hardcore structure of the church in the early years.
Here's the thing. The Bible is not a history book. It is not a science book.
True.
I agree.
It is not a social studies book. Here it is.
I agree.
Here it is. Not for you, but for your listeners. Yes, I am preaching. Because the foolishness of preaching is foolishness to those who are perishing. So whatever I say will be foolishness to you because you're perishing. But the Bible is a faith book.
Homie, stop preaching. Please stop preaching. Please stop preaching. It's so annoying. It's so annoying when we're having this conversation, and instead of just engaging in an argument, you just start preaching. That's not an argument. The Bible, you wouldn't know it because that's not an argument. That's a preach. I don't give a shit about the preaching. Make an argument.
Yeah, if I wanted to hear preaching, I'd go to church on Sundays. No, thank you.
Sir, you told me to preach.
No, we didn't.
Preach it.
I was being sarcastic.
Joke. Oh my god,
dude! Do you understand sarcasm when you start saying things like the Bible's not a history book?
But it doesn't matter. The word came out of your mouth. The word came out of your mouth.
I know you don't have social skills. I get it.
I
know. I get it. I get it. You don't have very good social skills. I get it. But when you say things like the Bible's not a history book and the Bible's not a science book, and I jokingly say, "Preach, brother," like that's because we're making fun of the fact that the Bible is scientifically and historically inaccurate.
Here's the thing: how this all plays out. I've listened to you for over an hour and a half. Okay, nothing you said moved me, swayed me, whatever the case may be. I'm talking to your listeners, and your listeners heard.
Yo, fun fact, homie. This call-in stream is not "Let us convince you." The title on the stream is "Convince us."
I'm not trying to convince you because you're perishing.
Then what the fuck are you here? Bye. Then why are you here? See ya. Goodbye, David. If you're not trying to convince us, the fuck are you doing here? See ya. Goodbye. Fuck. Christ, bro.
That pronoun question
gets them
it
every
tells us
time, dude.
everything. Tells us
It
everything.
it fucking gets them every single time. They physically cannot handle the pronoun question. Guys, thank you so much for the stream support today. Me and Dalton are going to finish up with some super chats, and then that will be all of stream. So let's plop those super chats. We unfortunately do not have time to do office hours, but I will read the couple of office hours questions that we did get. Okay, but we just unfortunately don't have times for office hours because we had a million fucking chats today. So first office hours question of 2. You still have time. Put in a super chat. You want your question answered? Put it in a super chat, and I'll be able to answer them. Me and Dalton. This is from Fuzzy Logic, an office hours question. If a crucified God man rises from the dead, but nobody's around to see it, does it still make a sound? Checkmate theist, # sarcastic. Okay, it's not a real office hours question, Fuzzy Logic. But thank you. This is a real one from Canadian Goose. Are there any arguments you could use against theists who say those who think God is evil just have extreme amounts of religious trauma? For context, I had an argument with a pair of friends, but am unfamiliar with religious topics. What do you think, Dalton?
Well, I've never really had a struggle with this because I just tell them that when I was a Christian, I had a good time. I actually enjoyed being Christian. I didn't have any church hurt. In fact, I was like elevated to a position in the church. I was an altar server in the Catholic Church, and I enjoyed praying the rosary. So I had no church hurt. The facts just didn't support Christianity.
Awesome. Let's go to our next super chat. William said, look up the King Arthur Bacon Company and you'll see just how King Arthur rose when the world needed them. # stupid Fey rules. All right. Renegade Sapper said, Jovan Bradley gets on a plane, Chuck Norris dies the next day. That race is done quit, and I can't spare the spit or the pisto water flowers for his grave. I did not kill Chuck Norris, just throwing that out there. 1968 Wingnut said, I can't just choose to believe in something. Either there's evidence to convince me or not. It would be disingenuous of me to go through the motions. So true. They also said, being all-knowing, God knows what would convince me but keeps it from me. Did he create me only to send up in hell? Yes, he did.
According to Paul, Paul says explicitly that God creates some people for destruction. So yes, God's just a dick in the Bible.
Yeah. And then finally from William said, a monkey wrote Shakespeare. Humans are monkeys. # bless up. Guys, thank you so much for watching stream today. If you're watching on YouTube, you're going to get redirected to Takis. So go tell Takis we said what's up. If you're watching on Twitch, that's just the end of stream. You know, go hang out, do whatever you want, enjoy. Remember, tomorrow is co-stream with tomorrow's Alec, co-stream with Alec, followed by the Discord lecture at 7, and then Saturday, Discord community night at 8:30 and stream at 5. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for being here. Dalton, thank you for fucking hanging out, bro.
Oh,
it's been a fucking blast.
Time. Absolutely. Way more fun than the last time.
Yeah, no, this was a crazy amount of calls. We'll have to make this like a once a month we hit just theist shit, because it seems to be doing good. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for being here. Dalton, thank you once again. Everybody have a great rest of your day. See you later. Enjoy Takis. Bye-bye. Oh, wait. Sorry, before I leave. Fuck. It's linked in the YouTube. VOD channel is up. It's Jovan VODs. That's the name. This VOD will be posted on there within like the next 30 minutes. Go enjoy it. Thank you guys for watching. See you later. Bye-bye. And we are clear.
Fantastic. That was a really good show.
Great. That was great. That was awesome. That was kick-ass.
Who was your favorite caller?
They all sucked. Fuck, dude. Calls
Valid.
today were fucking stupid. Like, what?
I can tell you my least favorite argument was the what was his name? The persecution guy. Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
It's crazy because I don't really do the God is real topic on my shows. So it's
a
like
good topic.
yeah. I usually